a lo webcast. Piso, piso, piso. Ok, ahora vamos a los idiomas.
Cabina de inglés, check check, English channel. The English and the French booth are at lunch. Está en un almuerzo oficial. Second English booth. Second. Y voy a francés también. English channel, 1, 2, 3, English channel. Second console, English channel, 1, 2, 3.
Ready, sir? It's tree. The next. You have a fresh one? Yes, this. You ready? Muy buenas tardes, señoras y señores. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Rogamos a las delegaciones, por favor, acercarse a sus lugares para que demos inicio a nuestra sesión de esta tarde. We ask all delegations kindly come to their places so we may start our session of this afternoon. Mr. Chairman, we are ready to proceed.
Thank you, Mr. SG. And good afternoon. As indicated before the break, I now have the pleasure of offering the floor to the delegations of member states that wish to comment on the presentations delivered this morning. Those presentations by the organs, agencies, and entities of the Organization of American States. I also wish to inform the plenary that the chair will grant the intervention by the permanent observers after the consideration of the report by the General Committee on the item 11 of the agenda. In that regard, I give the floor to Costa Rica.
Mr. Chair, distinguished foreign ministers and representatives, heads of delegation, Costa Rica, thanks for the reports which reflect the sustained commitment to the inter-American system and the pillars that we share: democracy, human rights, multidimensional security, and integral development. We wish to point out the work of the Multidimensional Security Secretariat and its dependent institutions such as CICAD and the CISTE for the substantive support to the fight against drug trafficking and cybersecurity. We also value the substantive contributions made in key areas such as the prevention of crime, the fight against international organized crime, cybersecurity, and capacity building to face complex threats. These actions have been particularly valuable to Costa Rica, contributing to strengthen our national capacity from transnational complex threats. In this framework, we take note of the Central American Roadmap on firearms, munitions, and related material as a key instrument for the traceability of these arms and other devices in the region. We renew our commitment to integral hemispheric security based on a respect for human rights. We value the work of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and we appreciate the recognition to Costa Rica as a country that has an active cooperation relationship with the Inter-American system. We are open to the participating in defense of multilateralism, which reflects a sustained commitment with the promotion of human rights that we continue to be engaged in with firm conviction. We also recognize the work of the rapporteurs, in particular that of the Special Rapporteur on freedom of expression and economic rights, social rights, cultural and environmental rights. Costa Rica underscores the indispensable work of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights in consolidating the rule of law and defending fundamental rights in the hemisphere. We value the Commission the Commission's commitment to timely and rigorous attention to the cases under its jurisdiction, as well as its efforts to bring inter-American justice closer to people through public hearings, on-site visits, and outreach activities. We recognize the leadership of its president, Costa Rican Judge Nancy Hernandez, who has decisively contributed to strengthening the regional presence of the court and consolidating robust standards on access to justice and comprehensive reparations. We wish to express our deep concern over the repeated defiance by the state of Nicaragua on the binding decisions of the court, particularly as regards the failure to comply with provisional measures in the case of Juan Sebastián Chamorro and other beneficiaries whom the court has declared to be in a situation of absolute lack of protection. This situation requires a firm and coherent response from the inter-American community. This defiance is not merely procedural. It is a direct affront to the authority of the court, the victims, and the inter-American system as a whole. In the face of this threat, we reaffirm our unwavering commitment to the autonomy and integrity of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights as an essential pillar of our regional human rights protection system. We also welcome the efforts of the Inter-American Commission on Women in areas such as gender parity, violence prevention, and the economic empowerment of women in rural areas, a cause in which Costa Rica has been an effective partner, including through hosting the first regional meeting of Caribbean rural women. We therefore reiterate our commitment to the work of the CIM and to a transformative hemispheric agenda that ensures all women and girls may fully exercise their rights and build more inclusive and just societies with dignity and freedom. We also highlight the work of the Inter-American Children's Institute, whose contributions have been key to strengthening comprehensive protection systems in line with our National Policy 2024 to 2036. The Institute's spaces for dialogue and exchange have helped translate commitments into concrete public policies. We also recognize the valuable contribution of ICA in strategic areas such as food security, the bioeconomy, and agricultural innovation. These benefits have reached thousands of rural producers and have supported the adoption of more sustainable and resilient practices. Likewise, in the field of health, we value the continued cooperation of PAHO in implementing our own Costa Rican National Health Plan 2023 to 2030, with an emphasis on digital health, dignified aging, and community-based mental health care, promoting a comprehensive approach with a human rights focus. Mr. President, these reports not only document institutional achievements over the past year, but express a shared vision of a more just, equitable, and democratic region. And we reiterate our commitment to effective multilateralism, to a results-oriented OAS, and to an inter-American system that continues to be a reference in the defense of human dignity and in the building of collective solutions to the common challenges of our region. Thank you very much. Thank you, Costa Rica.
Delegation of the United States of America.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The United States thanks the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights for its frank and comprehensive presentation covering its most recent annual report. The report clearly underscores serious threats to democracy, the rule of law, and fundamental human rights continue to challenge institutions and the dignity of individuals throughout our hemisphere. We're particularly alarmed by the systematic repression detailed in Nicaragua, where the Ortega Murillo regime persists in its campaign to extinguish dissent. The report's documentation of politically motivated exile, imprisonment, denationalization, as well as the weaponization of illegal immigration and criminalization of independent voices, reflects a deepening authoritarian model that demands sustained regional attention. In Venezuela, we echo the Commission's concern over Maduro's abuse of state machinery to undermine electoral processes to the point of ignoring the results of an election, restrict civic space, and silence opposition through arbitrary detention and judicial harassment. These tactics corrode the foundations of representative government and human rights. In Cuba, the report rightly calls out the continued persecution of all those who express independent thought that differs or presents a perceived threat to the regime. We note the upcoming 4th anniversary of the regime's brutal crackdown on peaceful July 11 protesters and call for the release of all political prisoners in Cuba. We also especially commend the Commission for maintaining a focus on the crisis in Haiti, where the collapse of democratic institutions, gangs engaged in violence designed to overthrow the government, and humanitarian suffering have created one of the most urgent human rights crises in the Americas. The Commission's consistent engagement, including its monitoring, country visits, and victim-focused approach, can help ensure the Haitian people remain visible and heard. At the same time, we recognize the significant institutional burdens facing the Commission itself. Persistent case backlogs limit the Commission's ability to deliver timely justice and sustain public trust. We urge enhanced efforts to focus resources on the most egregious cases where domestic remedies have been exhausted or do not exist at all. The court or Commission should be the court of last resort and hopefully of best resort. The U.S. also strongly supports the implementation of the Commission's 2023 to 27 strategic plan, which details a roadmap for institutional strengthening and greater responsiveness. 2 years into its implementation, we believe it is a critical opportunity to reassess what is working, where bottlenecks remain, and how we can collectively engage the Commission in assessing the challenges ahead. Finally, we remain committed to the Commission's independence, its mandate to uphold the principles of the OAS Charter, the American Declaration, the Inter-American Democratic Charter, and its role in advancing justice and accountability. A relevant, credible, and effective Commission is key to the inter-American human rights system and to the democratic aspirations of all our peoples. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, S. The delegation of Peru is invited to take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Peru takes note of the report presented by the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and at the same time, we reiterate our support for a dialogue and to continue working with the Commission in a constructive manner and in a realistic manner within the framework of our firm commitment to support the Inter-American human rights system. We underscore the essential contribution of the Inter-American Court of Human Rights to the consolidation of the rule of law in the Americas. We especially salute the work of the judge from Peru, Jorge Alberto, who joined the court in this year and reaffirmed the support of Peru to the mandate of the court in the promotion and protection of human rights in the region. We acknowledge the valuable work of the Inter-American Defense Board for the promotion of peace in the hemisphere and underscore the work of HEAT in leading the 11th conference as part of the Merida plan, as well as the efforts to strengthen regional capacities in areas such as cyber defense, the management and the fight against illegal arms trafficking and cooperation in humanitarian demining operations. These actions reflect an integrated approach to the multidimensional security threats. We express appreciation in electing Major General Cesar Macedo as the president of the Council of Delegates for the Inter-American Defense Board, as well as the visit to Peru of Class 64 of the Inter-American Defense College. We value the work of the Inter-American Juridical Council and a recognition for Luis Garcia Correchena Morano, former president of the committee, who concludes his work, as well as to Dr. Dante Negro, the director of the Department of International Law of the OAS and secretary of the Juridical Committee, both of them Peruvian professionals who have enriched significantly the work of the Juridical Committee in recent years. On the other hand, we recognize Natalie Ponce, Dr. Natalie Ponce, as the executive director from 2022, and Bruno Novoa as president of the Center for Justice Studies in the Americas. We acknowledge the efforts to promote access to justice and the institutional strengthening and digital transformation of our court systems. We particularly salute the efforts in freedom and liberty and the training programs offered that benefited thousands of judicial officers in the region. We appreciate the report presented by SICTE. Peru reaffirms its absolute repudiation of terrorism in all its forms, and also expresses thanks to have been selected Vice President of SICTE for 2025-2026 and recognizes the work of the Committee on Cybersecurity, Biosecurity, and the Prevention of Extremist Violence. And thank for the leadership of the Inter-American Commission on Women in the promotion of gender equality and the rights of women in the Americas. Likewise, Peru acknowledges the strategic role of CICAD in the coordination of hemispheric policies on drug abuse. As one of the principal countries affected by this phenomenon, we reaffirm our commitment to a balanced response where responsibilities are shared. We note the presidency of Peru in the Committee on Alternative Crop Growing and the technical assistance offered to our country. Finally, Mr. President, regarding the Pan American Health Organization, PAHO, Peru recognizes that its technical leadership has been key to reorient health priorities and to strengthen health systems in our region. We particularly value the cooperation offered to us in Peru to improve access in rural areas, indigenous communities, and the prevention of contagious and non-contagious diseases with an inclusive and culturally sensitive approach. We reaffirm our commitment to a health policy key to improving health outcomes in the Americas. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Salvador. We'll give the floor now to Honduras.
Reconocemos.
We appreciate the reports that were presented by different organs of the system. In that context, we reaffirm the value of multilateralism and OAS, but we need to renew its methods, have more democratic structures, and renew its agenda to respond to the demands of the 21st century. Our organization needs to be a school of peace, justice, and solidarity. We bet on a new social pact in the Americas that put people at the center, that also talks about the debt we owe to indigenous peoples, Afro-descendants, and recognizes the contribution of women, young people, LGBTI+. Honduras does not have a recipe, but we want to contribute to the respectful and transformative dialogue, and one that knows that democracy needs to be perfected, that we cannot exclude anyone, and human rights cannot be negotiated. With that hope, we urgently would like to see the building of a more humane and freer America. Thank you.
Thank you, Honduras. I now give the floor to the delegation of Barbados.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, very briefly, I should like to thank the Commission for its report and for its continued efforts to support the member states of the Organization of American States to strengthen democratic institutions. I wanted to take this opportunity to express our public appreciation to the Barbados Commissioner, who will be coming off the commission at this time, Dr. Roberta Clark, for her exceptional service to the government of people of Barbados and to the court. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Barbados. I now recognize El Salvador.
Thank you very much, President. We take note of the reports presented this morning. We would like to refer to the report presented by the President of the IACHR. In that regard, El Salvador wants to reiterate its interest in Commission complying with its mandate and doing so transparently, and that it is in compliance with the Inter-American Convention. We want to have constructive dialogue with the Commission, and the Commission must be in close contact with different sectors in each country, recognizing that the responses to challenges must be within the context of each nation, and that it must be adapted to each nation. El Salvador has used dialogue with the Commission, and our foreign ministry has been the bridge in our relationship with the Commission, and we have shown our willingness to comply with our obligations within the system to protect human rights. We want to have frank dialogue, and we want to participate in the mechanisms of the Commission, and we want to have equal conditions which include impartiality, respect with all actors of the system, as well as compliance with all mandates. The actions being taken by the government of Najib Bukele respond to the needs of our people and are in keeping with our constitutions and our national legislation. We renew our commitment to the protection and promotion of human rights and the compliance with the obligations undertaken in the universal system and in the Inter-American system of human rights. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
We move on to agenda item.
Yeah, we're done with the interventions. We're done with the interventions.
Okay. The next item on the order of business is the election of members of the following organs, agencies and entities of the Organization of American States. 3 members of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, 3 members on the Inter-American Judicial Committee, 1 member on the Administrative Tribunal, 1 member of the Audit Committee, 2 members of the Justice Studies Centers of the Americas. I would like to announce that in accordance with Resolution 1757 as amended by Resolution 2157 of the General Assembly on measures to encourage the timely payment of quotas, the Secretariat has distributed document AG/Doc.5894/25, Revision 1, which contains the list of countries that are current, considered current, and not current. To assist the Presidency with the counting of the votes, I invite the distinguished representatives of Argentina, Ms. Cecilia Villagra, and of Costa Rica, Mr. Antonio Aracon, to serve as scrutineers and to take their places at the counting table. The Presidency proposes the following order for the conduct of elections. First, the election of the Inter-American Judicial Committee. Second, the election of the OAS Administrative Tribunal. Third, the election of the Justice Studies Center of the Americas. Fourth, the election of the OAS Audit Committee. And fifth, the election of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. It shall be so agreed. Before proceeding, I would wish to inform the floor, you that the floor will be open for interventions by delegations once the last election, that is, the election of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, has been concluded. I very respectfully request that delegations refrain from asking for the floor until that time, unless, of course, it is on a point of order regarding the conduct of a particular election. Having said that, I kindly request now that the Assistant Secretary General confirms whether we have a quorum required to proceed.
We have quorum, Mr. Chairman.
It's established that we are correct. I thank you, Assistant Secretary General. We will now proceed with the election of the 3 members of the Inter-American Juridical Committee in accordance with Annex 3 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly. For the 3 vacancies arising this year, the following nominations have been submitted. 1. Ms. Cecilia Fresnedo de Aguirre, nominated by the delegation of Uruguay. 2. Ms. Marta Luna Vélez, nominated by the delegation of Panama. And thirdly, Mr. Vogli Pognon, nominated by the delegation of Haiti. As there are 3 candidates for the 3 vacancies, I propose that Ms. Cecilia Fresnedo de Aguirre, Ms. Martha Luna Vélez, and Mr. Vogli Pognon be elected by acclamation as members of the Inter-American Juridical Committee for a term of 3 years, beginning 1st January 2026, ending on December 31st, 2029. Accordingly, I extend my sincere congratulations to Ms. Cecilia Fresnedo de Aguirre, Ms. Martha Luna Vélez, and Mr. Vogli Pognon on their election, and wish them, by extension, every success in the performance of their duties as members of the Inter-American Juridical Committee. We shall now proceed to elect 1 member of the OAS Administrative Tribunal. Mr. Pablo Sandonato de Leon has been nominated by the delegation of Uruguay for the vacancy that will occur this year. With 1 nomination for that vacancy, I propose that Mr. Sandonato de Leon be re-elected by acclamation as a judge of the OAS Administrative Tribunal for a term of 6 years, beginning January 1st, 2026, concluding on December 31st, 2031. I extend my sincere congratulations to Mr. Sandonato de Leon on his re-election and wish him every success in the performance of his duties as judge of the OAS Administrative Tribunal. We shall now proceed to elect 2 members of the Justice Studies Center of the Americas. For the 2 vacancies arising this year, the following nominations have been submitted. Ms. Catalina Fernandez Carter, nominated by the delegation of Chile, and Ms. Lice Hilda Cristel Senatus Cave, nominated by the delegation of Haiti. As there are 2 candidates for these vacancies, the presidency, that is I, propose that Ms. Catalina Fernandez Carter and Ms. Lice Hilda Cristel Senatus Cave be elected by acclamation as board members of the Justice Studies Center of the Americas for a term of 3 years, beginning 1st January 2026, ending on December 31st of 2029. To board Ms. Fernandez Carter and Ms. Cristel Natos Cav, I extend sincere congratulations on your election and wish you both success in the performance of your duties as board members of the Justice Study Center of the Americas. We shall now elect one member of the OAS audit team. For the one vacancy arising this year, the following nominations have been submitted. Mr. Martin Rubenstein, nominated by the delegation of Canada. Mr. Jorge Isaac Escobar, nominated by the delegation of Panama. And Mr. Jodlin Spear, nominated by the delegation of Haiti. The election we are about to hold is governed by the provisions of Article 73 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, which stipulates, and I quote, "Elections shall be by secret ballot, except when they are by acclamation," end of quote. In this regard, since there are 3 nominations for a vacancy, we shall proceed with the election by secret ballot. And the election will proceed as follows. The Secretariat will distribute a ballot to each head of delegation. Once voting is completed, the ballot shall be placed in the ballot box that will be circulated by the Secretariat. Subsequently, the scrutineers will proceed with the counting of the votes. Each vote will be read aloud, clearly indicating the choice marked on the ballot. Ballots that are assigned that contain more than one marked option or that do not clearly reflect the intent of a voter will be considered null and void. Once the counting is concluded, the scrutineers will report the results. I will then declare elected the candidate who obtains the majority of votes of the member states, that is, 18 votes or more. Should this majority not be reached, the procedure set out in Article 74 of the Rules of Procedure will apply, which stipulates, and I quote, "In cases where only one member state or one person is to be elected, if no candidate obtains the vote of a majority of the member states on the first ballot, a second and, if necessary, third ballot shall be taken, limited to the 2 candidates receiving the largest number of votes. If after the third ballot no candidate has obtained the required majority, the election shall be suspended for a period of time determined by the Assembly or, if applicable, the committee concerned. When the election is resumed, 2 additional ballots shall be taken. If neither of the 2 candidates is elected, the balloting procedure established in this article shall be started again at the time indicated by the Assembly with respect to the candidates who are presented." End of quote. I therefore now request the Secretariat to proceed with the distribution of ballots. With the ballots all collected, I ask the scrutineers to please proceed with the counting of the votes.
Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Mr. Jodlins Pierre, Haiti. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Martin Rubenstein, Canada. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Jodlins Pierre, Haiti. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. 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 Martin Rubenstein, Canada. Martin Rubenstein, Canada. Jodlins Pierre, Haiti. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. 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 Jodelens Pierre, Haiti. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Jodelens Pierre, Haiti. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama. Martin Rubenstein, Canada. Jorge Isaac Escobar, Panama.
Lo decimos de una vez en el...
A ver si coincide,
To get the results. Scrutineers, can you please report the results of the count?
Se emitieron
We had 32 votes. 32 votes were counted, and the results obtained is the following. Jorge Isaac Escobar from Panama, 23 votes. Jodelens Pierre, Haiti, 5 votes. Martin Rubenstein from Canada, 4 votes.
Thank you, scrutineers. With the completed polling and count of the ballots, I extend my sincere congratulations to the scrutineers in the first instance, and then to the winner, Mr. Jorge Isaac Escobar of Panama. I extend sincere congratulations to Mr. Escobar and wish him every success in the performance of his duties as the member of the OAS Audit Committee for the term January 1, 2026 to December 31, 2028. That's the audit. Our next. Yes. It is now time to proceed to the election of 3 members of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights. The elections of members of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights are governed by the provisions of Articles 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the Commission Statute. The newly elected members will take office on January 1, 2026, and their term will last for 4 years. The following 7 candidates have been nominated to fill the 3 vacancies arising this year. Ms. Maria Clava Galvez Patino, presented by the delegation of Colombia. Mr. Jose Luis Caballero Ochoa, presented by the delegation of Mexico. Ms. Reina Rivera Hoya, presented by the delegation of Honduras. And Marion Bethel, presented by the delegation of the Bahamas. Mr. Fabio da Silva, presented by the delegation of Brazil. Ms. Rosa Maria Paja Acevedo, presented by the delegation of the United States. And Mr. Carlos Benal Pelido, presented by the delegation of Peru. Having 7 candidates for the 3 existing vacancies, we shall proceed with election in accordance with the provisions of Article 5 of the Statute of the Commission, which reads as follows. The members of the Commission shall be elected by secret ballot of the General Assembly from the list of candidates referred to in Article 4.2. The candidates who obtain the largest number of votes and an absolute majority of the votes of the member states, that is 18, shall be declared elected. Should it become necessary to hold several ballots to elect all members of the Commission, the candidates who receive the smallest number of votes shall be eliminated successively in a manner determined by the General Assembly. End of quote. Based on this provision, the election will proceed as follows. The Secretariat will distribute the ballot to each head of delegation. Each head of delegation may select up to a maximum of 3 candidates. Once the voting is completed, the ballots shall be placed in the ballot box that will be circulated by the Secretariat. Subsequently, the scrutineers will proceed with the counting of the votes. Each ballot will be read out loud, clearly indicating the candidates marked. Ballots that are signed that contain more than 3 marked names or that do not clearly reflect the intent of the voter will be considered null and void. Once the counting is concluded, the scrutineers will report the results, and I will declare elected the candidates who obtain the majority of votes of the member states, that is, 18 votes or more. If the required majority is not reached for all 3 positions, the procedure set forth in Article 75 of the Rules of Procedure will apply. And this states, and I quote, when 2 or more elective posts are to be filled at the same time and under the same conditions, the candidates obtaining the vote of a majority of the member states shall be declared elected. If the number of candidates obtaining such a majority is smaller than the number of persons or members to be elected, there shall be additional ballots to fill the remaining posts, the voting being limited to the candidates who have received the most votes on the previous ballot, in such a way that the number of candidates will not be more than twice the number of posts remaining to be filled. End of quote. I now therefore request the Secretariat to proceed with the distribution of ballots.
Point of order.
I recognize Suriname on a point of order.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for giving me the floor. When we have received the ballot papers for the previous voting, it had a number on the back of it. Maybe through you, Chair, we could request the Secretariat to elaborate why there would be a number on the ballot paper that we are receiving. Thank you.
Secretariat, clarification sought that the ballots in the previous round of voting had a number contained on the back of the ballot.
Mr. Chairman, the ballot papers have the numbers just to make sure that it's 32, not more than 32. And once they're put into the box, it's all mixed up, it's scrambled. So there's no way of being able to trace it to any particular delegation. That's just for purposes of accuracy.
Okay, thank you, Mr. SG. Okay, can the Secretary please proceed with the distribution of ballots? Peru, I recognize.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Mr. President. In effect, when the pencil numbered on the ballot, the numbered on the ballots discreetly placed there, that was a surprise and at least a concern to the delegation of Peru. The distinguished delegate from Paraguay had a number 26, Peru has 25, and 24 is the Dominican Republic, and successively, that is, they are following a succession in terms of the numbering, which might suggest would be correlatable. So I understand the reasoning for this numbers, but let's shuffle. Let's do, some sort of a shuffling, or let's erase them to be able to be certain that we are proceeding according to our regulations with a... could I have the floor, please? Could I... So that the transparency and the verification of this as a secret ballot could be ensured. Thank you, Mr. President. We will request that the ballots be picked up. New ballots are being printed without any indication of a number to verify that this is done in accordance with our rules. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, new ballots have been produced. I have checked and I can give a verification that all ballots will now be circulated. Do not bear any special marks at the back as in previously discussed and identified. So we'll go through the process now of having the ballots distributed. Please proceed. Could you please collect the ballots? With all ballots now collected, I ask our scrutineers to commence the process of counting, after which you report the results.
¿Se escucha?
Is it audible? María Clara Galvis Patiño, Colombia. Fabio de Sá y Silva, Brazil. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States.
Estados Unidos. Perdón.
Más despacio.
Sí. Colombia, Estados Unidos, Brasil.
María Clara
Galvis Patiño, Colombia. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Marion Bethel, Bahamas.
Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Carlos Bernal Pulido, Perú. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Carlos Bernal Pulido, Perú. María Clara Galvis Patiño, Colombia. Reina A. Rivera Joya, Honduras. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. María Clara Galvis Patiño, Colombia. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. María Clara Galvis Patiño, Colombia. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Carlos Bernal Pulido, Perú. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. María Clara Galvis Patiño, Colombia. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Reina A. Rivera Joya, Honduras. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Carlos Bernal Pulido, Perú. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. María Clara Galvis Patiño, Colombia. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. María Clara Galvis Patiño, Colombia. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Reina A. Rivera Joya, Honduras. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. María Clara Galvis Patiño, Colombia. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Reina A. Rivera Joya, Honduras. María Clara Galvis Patiño, Colombia. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Carlos Bernal Pulido, Perú. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Carlos Bernal Pulido, Perú. Marion Bethel, Bahamas. Rosa María Payá Acevedo, United States. Carlos Bernal Pulido, Perú.
Scrutineers, could you kindly announce the results?
President, we wanted to report the results of this vote of random. We had 32 ballots, and of these, the candidate Ms. Maria Clara Valles Patiño from Colombia has 10 votes. Jose Luis Caballero Ochoa from Mexico has 17 votes. Reina Rivera Joya from Honduras obtained 4 votes. The candidate Marion Bethel from Bahamas obtained 19 votes. Candidate Fabio de Sá e Silva from Brazil obtained 16 votes. The candidate Rosa Maria Payá Acevedo from the United States obtained 20 votes. The candidate Carlos Bernal Pulido from Peru obtained 7 votes.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Por lo cual tenemos ya
That means we have confirmed 2 of the positions on the commission.
terna.
I'm going to do this in English, my native language.
Thank you, scrutineers. From the count established, we have 2 positions filled by virtue of candidates achieving 18 or more votes. And these are the candidate of the United States of America, Ms. Rosa Maria Payá Acevedo, with 20 votes, and from the Bahamas, Ms. Marion Bethel, with 19 votes. Not pretending to be an authority on the legal processes, I will hand the floor to our legal counsel to give us the exact prescription for the next round of votes, from which we'll select, or rather elect, the last remaining position. Counsel?
Sí.
Yes, thank you, President. Bearing in mind that we still have just one vacancy left, we apply Article 75 of the Rules of Procedure. We must have the double of vacancies as the candidates. So the candidates who've had the most votes, in other words, from Mexico and Brazil, will go to the second round. Thank you, sir.
I see no special marks on the ballots that are now being distributed, and as such I ask the Secretariat to proceed with the distribution of ballots. With all ballots now collected, I direct our scrutineers to commence the process of counting.
Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Voto en blanco. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Voto en blanco. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. 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 José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Voto en blanco. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México.
We have to wait until 8.
Scrutineers, can you please announce the results?
Yes, President. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Mr. President. We counted 32 ballots, and the results of the count were the following. For José Luis Caballero Ochoa, Mexico, 14 votes. For candidate Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brazil, 15 votes. And then 3 blank ballots.
According to our rules, we cannot now declare a winner, and we are therefore, we now have to go to the third round of voting. Secretary, could you please prepare ballots accordingly? Uruguay, I recognize the delegate of Uruguay.
Muchas gracias, presidente.
Thank you very much. Could we be reminded, could we have, a pause according to our regulations? Could we ask for a pause and suspend voting just for a few minutes? Thank you. As our rules provide.
I think it's a fair request. So we'll rise for 10 minutes. Upon resumption, we'll go into the circulation of distribution ballots and the voting.
them all. Yes. Even the ones where my eyes are.
Muy buenas tardes. Habiendo ya expirado el tiempo del receso, solicitamos a las delegaciones a regresarse a sus espacios.
We invite all delegations to return to their seats.
Break has expired. Mr. Chairman, as soon as all delegations are in their places, we can proceed with the distribution of ballots. Mr. Chairman, we can proceed.
Ballots are now being distributed to each head of delegation. All ballots collected. I hereby instruct our scrutineers to proceed with the process of counting.
José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Voto en blanco. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Voto nulo. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Voto en blanco. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Voto en blanco. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil.
Please, could you please announce the results of the votes?
Gracias, presidente. Se recibieron 32.
32 ballots were received. The results of the recount is the following. José Luis Caballero Ochoa of Mexico, 13 votes. Fabio de Sá e Silva of Brazil, 15 votes. 3 blank votes, 1 null vote or cast.
Mr. Scrutineer, the numbers tell a story, the story that we have to go at this yet again. I do appreciate the fact that members here are enjoying the on the next round I may have to call the immigration officers to extend your tickets. But on a serious note, we are, by way of statute, we are called upon to go this route again. I'm asking members to, I'll give you another 5 minutes so you can consult, so we can come back in with a clear position. I'm seeing Colombia and Mexico. Colombia, the floor is yours.
Sí, muy buenas tardes ya a todos.
Good afternoon to all. I would like the General Secretariat to confirm to us what the statutes provide for, because otherwise this could go on eternally. And could we please learn what the procedure will be here on out for a new round of voting if in this next round of voting the third candidate does not end up being elected.
Lamentablemente,
Regrettably, the only response I'm able to give you is that you may only be elected to a position if you receive a majority of votes, 18 votes. You may not be elected with less than 18 votes. In this case, there is no other solution than to continue. We may not suspend. We may not suspend this session for an extraordinary General Assembly to be convened. So you can call on a recess, have negotiations, see the reports prior to the Commission, filed with the Commission. But there is no other solution provided in our rules but to have one of the two candidates obtain a minimum of 18 votes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. As the Foreign Minister of Colombia has said, I believe we need more than 5 minutes to be able to arrive at a different result, perhaps. So I would ask the President for a longer break than 5 minutes, so that our delegations may have different negotiations. All right, another 10 minutes? Mr. President, perhaps the result won't change if we want to rush this. I would ask for a longer break. How much time do you want? I would suggest a break of some 30 minutes to be able to resolve this. I'll ask for the will of the members present. 30 minutes? Are we in agreement with that? All right, we'll take a recess of 30 minutes for consultations for us to be able to put an end to this round of voting. Thank you.
van a aprobar una ronda más, etc. Y si no, la posibilidad sería que
Ladies and gentlemen, the time allocated for the break is over. We ask you to kindly return to your places so we may continue with this process. Señoras y señores, el tiempo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the amount of time that had been designated for this break is now up, and so we ask that delegations please return to their seats so that we might resume the process.
Señor Presidente.
Chair, as soon as all the delegations are in their seats, we will resume the process and we will distribute ballots.
Sorry.
Can we quickly settle down? And in settling down, I recognize the delegate of Antigua Barbuda on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've invited all of these lovely people to Antigua and Barbuda. We didn't invite them just to stay in these halls, and we certainly did not invite them to spend their last night in Antigua in four walls. We wanted them to be in the atmosphere of a tropical island, to be able to enjoy the wonderful sea breezes, the great cuisine, and of course, our magnificent rum. Therefore, I want to propose that if at the end of the next round of voting on this matter, we still have an unresolved situation in that neither of the two candidates is able to secure 18 votes, that we, as the General Assembly of this organization, the supreme decision-making body, with the authority to make rules and also to delegate the authority of this assembly to the Permanent Council, that the assembly should delegate the voting for this third seat for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, nothing else, just this third seat, 2 weeks from today in Washington, D.C., at the headquarters of the organization. And we hold this election again for this seat between exactly the same two countries and exactly the same two candidates, 2 weeks from today. That is the proposal, Mr. Chairman, that if at the end of this fourth round that you're about to do, there is still deadlock, that would be the decision of the General Assembly.
There's a proposal on the floor. I recognize the delegate of Canada.
Canada would like to second the proposal from Antigua and Barbuda.
It's moved and seconded by Antigua, Barbuda, and Canada.
Mexico.
I recognize the delegation of Mexico.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chair. Being one of the two delegations involved in this process, I would request some time to come to some kind of an opinion as it pertains to the proposal by Antigua and Barbuda.
Could in the meantime proceed with the ballots, because the next step is the ballots. The proposal is that we proceed with the fourth round of voting, and the recommendation, which is moved by Antigua, seconded by Canada, will take effect after we have exercised that ballot. I recognize. Oh, okay. There's another name on the board that's gone. I recognize Grenada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Grenada wishes to support the position advanced by Antigua and Barbuda.
Okay, Grenada supports the recommendation of Antigua and Barbuda, supported by Canada. So there are three countries now in support of this particular motion. So we will proceed with the distribution of ballots. I do not hear any. As per usual, we check the ballots to verify that there are no extraneous marks. Ballots seem to be in good condition, awaiting the affixing of your respective marks, reminding you that a candidate can only achieve victory having attained 18 votes, a minimum of 18 votes. Instructions to proceed with distribution of ballots to the Secretariat.
Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Voto en blanco. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. 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 Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Francisco de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. José Luis Caballero Ochoa, México. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil. Fabio de Sá e Silva, Brasil.
No. Presidente.
Chair.
Please, Mr. Scrutineer, report to the Assembly the count of the ballots.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We received 32 ballots. The results of the count were as follows. The candidate José Luis Caballero Ochoa of Mexico, 15 votes. And the candidate Fabio de Sá y Silva, 16 votes. 1 blank vote.
scrutineer. Here we are after 4 rounds of voting. I do have some shares in the Kentucky franchise. Before we went to voting, there was a proposal from Antigua Barbuda, seconded by Mexico and by Canada and Grenada. I'm told that Mexico is at this point able to accept the proposal. Mexico, can you so confirm?
Sí, señor presidente.
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Condition Mexico now confirms support. I will ask Sir Ronald Saunders, the Antigua Barbuda delegate, to restate for the record the proposal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I apologize in advance for my handwriting, which even I cannot read. but I will struggle through it. It would be along these lines, which the Secretariat can refine, but the proposal is this. The General Assembly decides that in respect of the 3rd vacant seat on the IACHR, it delegates authority to the Permanent Council to hold an election 2 weeks from today, on Friday, 11th July 2025, at the headquarters of the OAS, between the same 2 candidates of Brazil and Mexico that participated in the election process at the General Assembly in Antigua and Barbuda on 27th of June 2025.
Thank you, Excellency. We so agree. We will now continue the... Costa Rica. So I recognize the delegate of Costa Rica.
Yes, Chairman, thank you. We should consider what happens if this repeats in the Permanent Council. So the proposed resolution needs an amendment and a solution, just in case the situation persists. Thank you.
I take Canada's, Costa Rica's point is that when it gets to the meeting in 2 weeks, there should be a definitive outcome. Antigua Barbuda.
Mr. Chairman, I think that we would benefit from the advice of Jean-Michel Erigi, the legal counsel, but I would suspect that all that we need to do to this proposal is to say that the elections of the Permanent Council will be conducted in accordance with the rules of the organization, the rules that apply to the elections for the ICHR. And if the Permanent Council has to spend a week resolving it, then they will spend a week resolving it. But we cannot resolve it tonight, and that is the problem, which is why we have proposed this solution. But we have 2 weeks in which the 2 countries that are the contenders here can themselves debate it between themselves. More than that, each of them can seek support from other people. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that the next round can have a result. So we have no idea what bargaining and negotiation will go on in the next 2 weeks, but there is bound to be a solution. And if there is not, then the Permanent Council has the same ability that we do here to carry on the process until such time as there is a result. But there is really no point in continuing to do it tonight.
Thank you, Sir Ron. So resolve it, the Permanent Council shall. We now move on to the next item, report of the General Committee. And continue the matters on the order of business. This session will now consider a report on the work of the General Committee on the taking on the issues that it was assigned. I'm pleased to offer the floor to the Rapporteur of the General Committee, Ms. Andrea Alacon, Alternative Representative of Colombia to the OAS for the presentation of the report. Distinguished Rapporteur, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As a rapporteur of the General Committee, I'm honored to present to the distinguished ministers and heads of delegation at this 55th regular period of session of the OAS General Assembly the report on the activities of the General Committee pursuant to Article 25 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly. The plenary in its first session held on Wednesday, June 25th, 2025, installed the General Committee in accordance with Article 22 of the Rules of Procedure and on the proposal of the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda, seconded by the delegation of Bolivia to the OAS, elected Ambassador Benoni Belli, permanent representative of Brazil to the OAS, as chair. The President of the General Assembly invited the General Committee to submit a report on its activities at the fourth plenary session, the 27th of June, before 3 p.m. It also requested that the necessary measures be taken in order to ensure that the deliberations are recorded and archived. The plenary assigned 2 draft resolutions to the committee for consideration. The first is the draft resolution calling for concrete solutions to be brought to bear as a matter of urgency to resolve the grave security and institutional crisis in Haiti, AG/DOC 5882/25. Second, draft resolution establishment of a credentials committee for organs of the Organization of American States, AG/DOC.5888/25. Order business. At its first meeting held on June 26, 2025, the General Committee considered and adopted the draft agenda, document AG/CG/OD-1/25, which included the 2 aforementioned draft resolutions. Election of the Vice Chair and Rapporteur. Pursuant to the provisions of Article 24 of the Rules of Procedure of the General Assembly, the committee proceeded to elect its Vice Chair and Rapporteur. The delegation of Mexico nominated Joy D. Davis Lake, the Minister Counselor of the Permanent Mission of Antigua and Barbuda, as the Vice Chair. That nomination was supported by the delegates of Brazil and Haiti, and Ms. Davis Lake was elected by acclamation. The delegation of Costa Rica, seconded by the delegation of Chile, proposed my name as the Rapporteur of the General Committee, and I was likewise elected by acclamation. Methodology. Given the limited time available, the General Committee adopted a methodology designed to facilitate more efficient progress by limiting statements to 5 minutes and focusing its discussions on paragraphs pending approval and/or with proposed language. This approach also included an understanding regarding the treatment of footnotes. The procedure was based on a proposal originally presented by the chair of the General Committee, document AG/CG-01/25. Meetings. The General Committee held 2 meetings in the morning and the afternoon of Thursday, June 26, in order to consider the matters assigned to it. Under the able leadership of its chair, Ambassador Benoni Belli, permanent representative of Brazil, the General Committee approved by consensus the 2 draft resolutions assigned to it. The following summary provided for the consideration of the plenary outlines how the General Committee dealt with the drafts that were entrusted to it. First of all, draft resolution calling for concrete solutions to be brought to bear as a matter of urgency to resolve the grave security and institutional crisis in Haiti. The committee reviewed this draft resolution at its first and second working meetings. The draft, submitted to the General Committee by the Permanent Council, and included comments by the delegations of the United States on 2 preambular paragraphs and 5 operative paragraphs. However, the text had been previously agreed on by the Permanent Council. With respect to this second preambular paragraph, the delegation of Haiti requested that the reference to the territory under the control of armed gangs be limited to only certain parts of the national territory. The 11th preambular paragraph incorporated the UN Security Council Resolution 2751. The following operative paragraphs were adopted with amendments proposed by the delegation of the United States. Paragraph 4, regarding the call to support the Multinational Security Support Mission, MSS. 10, concerning the call to implement the UN Security Council resolutions. And 14, requesting the Secretary General develop an action plan in consultation with the government of Haiti. In operative paragraph 6, concerning the disproportionate impact of widespread violence and the multidimensional crisis in Haiti, the discussion focused on the reference to gender-based violence. Consensus was reached in order to retain the original wording, the increase in sexual and gender-based violence against women and girls. Following the adoption of this language, the delegations of Argentina, the United States, and Paraguay announced their intention to submit footnotes. The Mexican delegation also proposed inclusion of a reference to the principles of international law, which was approved, as was the amendments of the United States referring to the respective commitments undertaken. In operative paragraph 16, which addresses the strengthened role of the OAS in the call to intensify diplomatic engagement with the UN Security Council and Secretariat, the original proposal was approved with an addition by the Dominican Republic that was supported by the delegation of Haiti. And that addition was requested consideration of the options provided for in the UN Charter and the proposals outlined in the letter of the UN Secretary General to the Security Council dated February 24, 2025. That is document S/2025/122. And to do so without limiting the scope exclusively to those options as requested by the U.S. delegation. At the conclusion of the consideration of this draft resolution, the delegation of the Dominican Republic requested that its name be added to the co-sponsoring states. The Canadian delegation commended the delegation of Haiti for its leadership in submitting this resolution. The draft resolution was approved during the second working meeting of the General Committee for submission to the plenary. Second draft resolution, establishment of a credentials committee for organs of the Organization of American States. AG Doc 5888/25. The committee reviewed this draft resolution at its second and working meeting. The draft resolution submitted by the Permanent Council included 7 operative paragraphs pending initial consideration and the review of the title and operative paragraph 4, on which discussion had already begun. With regard to the title, it was agreed that the Credentials Committee would be referencing the Organization of American States and omitting any mention of its organs. All pending paragraphs were agreed upon, and new paragraphs were added to enhance clarity of the draft. It's worth noting that the operative paragraph concerning disputes was removed as it was deemed unnecessary to include such a reference in order to fulfill the main objective of the resolution. Implementation of the resolution is expected to be able to proceed following the adjustment of the relevant instruments and their approval. The draft resolution was approved by consensus during the second working meeting of the General Committee with a view to its submission to the plenary. Following the conclusion of the General Committee, I was informed of the submission of document PRM-OAS 2204 addressed to the President of the General Assembly by the Mission of Canada. The document requested that this rapporteur inform the plenary of the decision by the 3 sponsoring states, that is, Canada, Antigua and Barbuda, and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, to withdraw operative paragraph 9 from the draft resolution under consideration. On behalf of all of the delegations, I would like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation to Ambassador Benoni Belli for his effective and exemplary leadership in guiding the work of the General Committee. I also extend thanks to the representatives of the member states for their cooperation and commitment in completing this important task. I am grateful to the member states for nominating and electing me as rapporteur. Also, special thanks are due to the local support staff and the General Secretariat for their invaluable collaboration, dedication, and professionalism, key elements in ensuring the smooth conduct of our work. It is an honor to submit this report for consideration of the ministers and heads of delegation at the 55th regular session of the General Assembly. Thank you very much.
Thank you much, Madam Rapporteur, for your report. In that connection, I believe that all representatives will join me in expressing our appreciation to Ambassador Benoni Belli, Permanent Rep of Brazil to the OAS and Chair of the General Committee, the Vice Chair, Ms. Joy D. Davis-Lake, Alternate Representative of Antigua Barbuda to the OAS, and Rapporteur, Ms. Andrea Alacon, the Alternate Representative of Colombia to the OAS, as well as all the delegations that participated in the discussions of the General Committee. Having heard the Rapporteur's report, I now ask delegations whether we can adopt the draft resolution entitled Calling for Concrete Solutions to be Brought to Bear as a Matter of Urgency to Resolve the Great Security and Institutional Crisis in Haiti. Adopted. With respect to the draft resolution entitled Establishment of a Credentials Committee for the Organs of the OAS, as reported by the Rapporteur, the delegation of Canada, coordinating with the delegations of Antigua Barbuda,
countries want to interfere. I think once you previous topic.
I've done this.
You can continue on to here, and then you offer the floor.
With respect to the draft resolution entitled Establishment of Credentials Committee for the Organs of the Organization of American States, as reported by our rapporteur, the delegation of Canada, coordinated with delegations of Antigua, Barbuda, and the Bahamas, respectfully convey the collective decision of the sponsoring delegations to request the withdrawal of operative paragraph 9 of the draft resolution. This request is reflected in the notes distributed as document AG/INF 808/25. This decision will be taken to ensure internal consistency throughout the draft resolution, and the withdrawal of this paragraph is intended to prevent any potential implication that could inadvertently undermine the authority of the General Assembly or the members in their collective role in determining the validity of representation within the organs of the organization. I now recognize the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I know the hour is late and everyone would like to bring this meeting to a close and to spend at least the last evening in Antigua enjoying the atmosphere of the country. And we are happy to facilitate that. So I will keep my remarks very brief. Antigua and Barbuda was honored to join the Bahamas in drafting this resolution and shaping the concept note that laid its foundation. Until today, the OAS stood alone in the United Nations system without a member state credentials committee, a gap that had produced inconsistent decisions and perceptions of inequity. We thank all delegations for their constructive debate and for forging consensus. With the adoption of a 5-member credentials committee drawn from regional groups, the OAS now aligns with international best practices, bringing uniformity, transparency, and the direct involvement of member states to the credentials review process. Antigua and Barbuda is pleased that there has been agreement by the proponent countries to withdraw the proposed operative paragraph 9, which was introduced late in the negotiations conducted in the General Committee. We must be clear that the final approval of all credentials resides in the Permanent Council and ultimately in the General Assembly. In other words, the authority resides in the member states of this organization. In this way, we can avoid past errors by not credentialing any persons who are not accredited by the government in effective control of a member state in strict accordance with the OAS Charter and international law. This safeguard will prevent confusion over unauthorized or interim actors seeking to claim representation without lawful authority. In closing, Mr. Chairman, we are proud to have helped strengthen our organization's procedures and to ensure that in this interconnected hemisphere, every delegation is accredited through a transparent and equitable process. We look forward to the committee's inaugural session and to the enhanced confidence that its work will bring to all OAS deliberations. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Antigua Barbuda. The delegation of the Bahamas.
Good evening, Chair, distinguished colleagues. The delegation of the Bahamas is pleased to join Antigua and Barbuda as the proponents and Chile and St. Lucia as co-sponsors of this important resolution on the establishment of a credentials committee for the Organization of American States. We thank the Chair of the General Committee, Ambassador Belli, and the Vice Chair, Ms. Joy D. Lake, and the Rapporteur, Ms. Andrea Alarcon, for their sterling efforts. We extend our deepest gratitude to Sir Ronald Sanders and the delegation of Antigua and Barbuda for their unwavering stewardship, and to all co-sponsors and collaborating delegations whose thoughtful engagement has helped to advance this initiative. This effort reflects a shared understanding and the need to modernize our governance structures and to ensure that our institutional architecture is fit for purpose and fit for the future. Chair, the resolution before us today fills a critical procedural and institutional gap. While credentials are fundamental to the legitimacy of representation within the organs of the OAS, there's long been no dedicated body empowered to advise member states on credential-related matters. In this regard, the Bahamas align itself with the practices established in our other multilateral forums, particularly the United Nations and its repertory process, which have long been recognized and has identified the value of structured, impartial credential review mechanisms to avoid confusion, duplication, or political deadlock. Chair, the adoption of this resolution signals the commitment of member states to institutional transparency, legal coherence, and modern multilateralism. It strengthens our collective capacity to act with clarity and unity, and it reinforces the trust that our member states and citizens place in this organization. The Bahamas has pursued this endeavor for 7 years. 7 years. Invariably, we are proud to support this forward-looking initiative and urges its unanimous adoption as amended. I thank you and the plenary for its kind attention.
Thank you, Bahamas. I now give the floor to the delegation of Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Chair. As far as I understand, with the recommendations for how to proceed with the 55th regular period of sessions of the OAS General Assembly, if we have a footnote, we need to announce that before adoption, and I just wanted to highlight that we did not have the opportunity to give that statement previously. Therefore, I hope that we are able to take note of this. I would also like to note that we welcome this resolution and support it, though, as the rapporteur noted, we need to include a footnote. And that text has already been sent to the Secretariat for their records. And we would also like to share that for Paraguay, it's extremely important for us to reiterate our support provided to Haiti as an organization, given the very serious institutional security crisis that has beset that member state. Haiti, as part of the hemispheric family that comprises our organization, deserves a lasting solution to the challenges it faces and the opportunity to return to the peace toward peace, stability, and development. We staunchly believe that the OAS can and should play a constructive and pertinent role as we redouble our efforts and join the international community with that aim. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias, Paraguay.
Thank you very much, Paraguay.
Go to the delegation of Haiti.
Thank you, Chair, dear colleagues. The Republic of Haiti is delighted with the adoption by the General Assembly of the OAS of the draft resolution entitled is an urgent call for concrete solutions given the serious security and institutional crisis in Haiti. Adopting this draft resolution by the OAS is an essential step forward in supporting these principles. At the very least, one, this was a resolution was presented by and for Haiti. As I stated in my exchanges with the Secretary General, and as we asked our partners and friends, seeking solutions to the problems in Haiti must also involve Haitians. On the other hand, this resolution looks to strengthen partnerships with our international partners and should focus on implementing a global plan of action that is focused on priorities defined by Haitian authorities. I am therefore expressing our gratitude to all member states who have supported Haiti's cause through this resolution. I would like to underscore one feature. CARICOM, and I've never thanked them for their constant presence, hand in hand with Haiti and Haitians. Thank you also to the Dominican Republic and the United States, who worked with us to co-sponsor this resolution. Chair, please allow me to briefly highlight that this resolution, as it states in its title, is a call to focus on urgent solutions to address this multidimensional crisis that has lasted for far too long in Haiti. And therefore, we are looking for clear, feasible solutions in the framework of coordinated international and regional efforts in order to effectively respond to the security, humanitarian, political, and institutional crises in Haiti. We therefore appreciate that this resolution asks for, and I quote, supporting the Haitian authorities in restoring public order, while encouraging member states of the OAS to remain faithful in their efforts to concrete efforts, as I quote, strengthened support for Haitian national security and the multinational security support mission in order to increase their effectiveness, end quote. We're also delighted with the mechanism which asks to request that the General Secretariat of the OAS worked in collaboration with Haiti to come up with a comprehensive plan of action, including efforts aimed at mobilizing resources in line with Haitian priorities, as well as participation from the organization in convening an international conference for donors. Thank you. And Chair, colleagues, experience has taught us that we always work better together, and we can go much further when our actions are guided by a deep sense of shared responsibility. Against this backdrop, I am once again very grateful to all of you, everyone around the table, partners and friends of Haiti, and I invite you to translate these words into action without delay, working hand in hand with Haiti as we implement the mandates of this resolution, and therefore we will be able to establish public security and institutional governance in Haiti as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Haiti. And now, Panama is recognized. As mentioned by the Paraguayan delegation, I would just like to note that since we did not have the opportunity to introduce a footnote to the resolution facing the serious mental health crisis in the Americas, Panama will be sending a footnote referring to the fact that this resolution that was just described will be implemented in Panama in line with our national constitution and domestic legislation, as well as our customs. And our permanent mission to the OAS will be sending that footnote in order for it to be added to the resolution addressing the serious mental health crisis in the Americas. And we ask you to please take note at the Secretariat. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you. El Salvador is recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. El Salvador is delighted with the adoption of the resolution calling for an urgent solutions to the serious crisis in Haiti, which is a guide for our coordinated actions, allowing us to implement comprehensive activities to resolve the multidimensional, very serious crisis that has beset Haiti and that's exacerbated by growing activity by armed gangs and violence. And Haiti is going through serious challenges, as it has throughout its history. And as we know firsthand, suffering from the Haitian people right now is also guided by a spirit of solidarity. We express our support to Haiti as we have sent 78 members of the military as part of the multi-dimensional support mission to Haiti, as well as air and medical support, providing our best personnel and equipment with broad national and international experience. We strongly believe that we will be able to shoulder our responsibilities and commitments as an international community in order to redouble our efforts and spare none in order to ensure that results in Haiti are sustainable and our brotherly country is able to return to peace. The government and people of Haiti, as well as the international and inter-American communities, must shoulder this responsibility. Each of our countries has different strengths, and the time has come for us to work to ensure that we are able to provide parallel assistance that includes inter-American and international financing, and we must live up to the challenge in order to find a solution for these challenges. Each day without action is another violation of the most fundamental rights of the Haitian people, impacting disproportionately the most vulnerable. We shoulder this commitment based on the principles and values of the inter-American community that we all share as part of this system. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. I give the floor with great pride to a great friend, the Foreign Minister of St. Lucia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, as we prepare to take this assembly to a logical conclusion, I would like to, based on the gravity of the situation in Haiti, take the floor to make a few brief remarks. And I will get down to business unhesitatingly. St. Lucia reaffirms its unwavering support for Haiti and call upon all member states to unite in solidarity, offering meaningful assistance as Haiti navigates its current challenges. Haiti's profound historical legacy, its revolutionary spirit and enduring contributions to our region remains a testament to its resilience and significance. Today, Haiti faces complex political, socio-cultural, and economic realities shaped by its unique journey toward independence and self-determination. The current situation in Haiti is the function of multifaceted challenges, including natural disasters, institutional fragility, and prolonged instability. These challenges not only affect the Haitian people, but also have broader implications for regional stability and prosperity. The time for collective action is now. Let us work together with urgency and determination to support Haiti, recognizing its distinct needs and potential. As the only least developed country in our region, Haiti deserves focus and sustained engagement from the international community. Together we can help Haiti realize its rightful place as a thriving nation, rich in culture, trade, and opportunity. Moving forward, we must prioritize solutions that align with Haiti's historical, economic, and socio-cultural context. Everything must be sensitive to context, Mr. Chairman. Haitian-led initiatives supported by regional and global partners will be essential in fostering lasting stability. By strengthening security, institutions, and social programs, we can uphold the principles of the OAS of peace, justice, and human rights for all. We must, under our respective mandates and with lightning rapidity, work more tirelessly and consistently towards returning Haiti to stability. Because the pursuit of peace and prosperity in Haiti is a shared responsibility, one that calls for regional unity and global cooperation. St. Lucia stands ready to collaborate in crafting and implementing solutions that empower Haiti and its people. I close by accentuating, Chair, that we must seize this moment to reaffirm our commitment to Haiti's future, ensuring that our actions today pave the way for stability, growth, and renewed hope. So let us continue to organize ourselves into that integrated whole so that we can create the conditions necessary to achieve common goals and our collective destiny. La lucha continua. As
the fight continues. We will always be victorious.
I now give the floor. I now give the floor to the delegation of the United States.
Thank you, Chair. The United States strongly supports the resolution just adopted regarding the security crisis in Haiti as one of its co-sponsors, and it commends the Haitian delegation for its leadership and perseverance. We endorse the Haitian-led process to restore constitutional order and democratic governance. We are proud to be a principal supporter of the multinational security support mission, which is critical to stabilizing the worsening security environment, facilitating humanitarian access, and creating space necessary for political solutions. At the same time, these components are not enough. We call on all OAS member states to urgently deepen their support for the Haitian people through diplomatic, technical, material means, and work with them on the road to security, elections, peace, and institutional renewal. As Deputy Secretary Landau indicated the other day, we believe the OAS can and must play a greater role in this effort as an absolutely vital organizer of coordinating all these different components that are necessary to assist the authorities in Haiti in restoring their wonderful country. The resolution today is a step forward in that effort, and it reaffirmed our commitment. We look forward to the implementation of that in accord with the plan that Secretary Ramdin mentioned the other day. So thank you all again, and we also, just as we're closing this, would comment on the earlier elections. We're very proud that our candidate, Rosa Maria Paya, won, but we also wanted to commend all the other candidates for their willingness to serve in this role, and for the existing members of the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, who we have great respect for. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, United States. La última intervención.
The final statement. I give the floor to the delegation of Peru. Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, Peru, as we already mentioned at our main speech during the General Assembly, is quite sensitive to the concerning security crisis in the Republic of Haiti, and that is why we decisively support all efforts for concerted action, as was mentioned by the representative from St. Lucia, in order to deal with and relieve this terrible situation. It's unacceptable, one that we have to keep from destroying the future of a sister nation of ours, Haiti. That is why we have supported the resolution that was adopted by this assembly, and particularly, we hope that soon this comprehensive plan on a way to resolve the issue in Haiti that we have delivered to the Secretary General, I believe that this must include a series of legal elements, juridical aspects, operative factors, financial considerations. That's central here. And it will allow us to garner clarity on where and how we can help all the country, how all us countries of the organization can help our sister nation Haiti. Additionally, Chair, as all the other distinguished ambassadors did, the representatives from Panama, from Paraguay, we also, in our main statement, made reference to the fact that we support and that this is a priority for Peru, what was adopted in the resolution titled Facing the Serious Mental Health Crisis in the Americas. And that is why, Chair, if it pleases the Chair, we would like to ask the Secretariat for the inclusion of a footnote in that resolution, in the sense that public policy in this area, which I repeat is a national priority for Peru, will have to be implemented in a progressive fashion and pursuant to the principles of the rule of law, and always respecting our national legal frameworks, and it goes without saying, the realities faced in Peru. Thank you very much, Chair.
I thank delegations for your very rich and positive interventions. I now consult plenary. With this in mind, can we therefore approve the draft resolution entitled Establishment of a Credentials Committee for the Organs of the OAS? Adopted. Having now concluded our consideration of the report of the General Committee, and before proceeding to the next item on our agenda, I offer the floor to the delegations of the permanent observers. I would at this stage invite an intervention from the delegation of the United Kingdom.
Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, Ministers, Delegates, friends. On behalf of the United Kingdom, I would like to thank Antigua and Barbuda for hosting this important assembly. The UK's relationships with our friends and allies across the Americas are important to all of us. Be it climate change, security, or sustainable development, we face the greatest challenges together. And indeed, for more than 2 centuries now, the UK and Argentina have shared bilateral relationships as part of a long, rich history. My friend, the UK Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has met President Milei a number of times. Earlier this year, Security Minister Patricia Bullrich enjoyed a highly successful visit to the UK. And even where we disagree, we're working together to reduce tensions. So in September 2024, my friend, the Foreign Secretary, and the former Argentine Foreign Minister, Diana Mondino, announced a new package of cooperation. This recognized that while we may not agree on sovereignty, there is much we can achieve by working together in the South Atlantic. The UK and Falkland Islanders have come together to implement this, including support for Argentine families travelling to the Falkland Islands in December last year to visit graves from the 1982 conflict. For a community living with the trauma of invasion and occupation, that was not easy. Yet Falkland Islanders wanted to do the right thing. Both the UK and Falkland Islanders look forward to seeing Argentina make good on their commitments. That includes cooperation on fisheries for the benefit of all, and the resumption of the flight between the islands and Sao Paulo. The UK remains determined to work with all our partners, including Argentina. And the UK's support for the Falkland Islanders' inalienable right of self-determination remains undiminished. Falkland Islanders alone should decide their future. In the referendum they held in 2013, Islanders voted to maintain their status as a self-governing UK overseas territory overwhelmingly. 5 of the 6 observers of the referendum came from the OAS member states, reporting that it was free, fair, and reflected the will of the voters. Today, the Falkland Islands are a democratic and prosperous community, showing the world what is possible on sustainable fisheries and environmental conservation. They're determining their own future, and their success has been recognised by S&P Global Ratings, who've given the Falkland Islands an impressive A+, and this is an objective recognition of the stable and thriving community that the islanders have built. And later this year, the Falkland Islands will hold a general election to decide their next government. They will vote on issues such as education, the economy, and the environment. So I hope this Assembly will recognise that we cannot pick and choose who is entitled to the basic human right of democracy. The people of the Falkland Islands are rightly proud of their vibrant, small island, big ocean democracy, and they're clear that neither the UK nor Argentina can negotiate the future that they are determining for themselves. So let me be clear. My government will not negotiate on the future of the Falkland Islands unless the islanders themselves wish it, and they do not. I was delighted that many of your governments continue to engage constructively with the Falkland Islanders and have expressed your support for their democratic rights. And I hope that members of the Assembly will agree that we cannot selectively choose when democratic rights apply to a community. The UK has no doubt about its sovereignty over the Falkland Islands, South Georgia and South Sandwich Islands, and the surrounding maritime areas. And we have no doubt that the principle and the right of self-determination enshrined in the UN Charter and in Article 1 of the 2 UN Covenants on Human Rights. By virtue of this, Falkland Islanders can determine their political status and pursue their economic, social and cultural development freely. So the UK asks that the General Assembly takes note of the islanders' right of self-determination and that this statement is read into the record of this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you to the delegation or the delegate of the United Kingdom. I recognize the delegate from Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. In response to what was expressed by the permanent representative of the UK, the Republic of Argentina wants to remind that the Malvinas Islands, the South Georgia and South Sandwich Islands, and the surrounding seas are an integral part of the national territory of Argentina, and that they are currently legitimately occupied by the UK. They are the object of a dispute in Resolution 2065 and the subsequent resolutions of the United Nations. The principle of determination that the distinguished delegate of the UK just mentioned is not applicable in this case. None of the General Assembly resolutions in the UN or the Special Decolonization Committee on the matter of the Malvinas make reference to such a principle. Chair, the vote held in 2013 in the Malvinas Islands was not convened or carried out under the auspices of the United Nations, as has been done in other decolonization contexts. It was a unilateral measure by the occupying power that does not alter the essence of the Malvinas matter. As was affirmed by the International Court of Justice, it is the General Assembly's responsibility to decide the modalities for the free expression of a non-autonomous peoples, including the formulation of questions, the structuring of questions in a referendum. That said, Chair, in 2013, this consultation in 2013 was invalid because that General Assembly did not participate at all. Chair, we are trying to fulfill all of the obligations of the General Assembly, and it calls on parties to renew negotiations so that we can achieve a peaceful solution and achieve decolonization of the Malvinas. Thank you very much.
Argentina.
Thank you, Argentina.
Y gracias.
And thank you to the delegation of the UK.
The very wording of the next agenda item, you will know exactly where we are in our proceedings. We now turn our consideration to the place and date of the 56th regular session of the General Assembly in accordance with Article 30 of the Rules of Procedure. In that regard, I am pleased to announce that the government of the Republic of Panama has generously offered to host the General Assembly in 2026. It therefore gives me great pleasure in giving the floor to the head of the delegation of Panama to speak on his country's kind offer. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Señor Presidente.
Chair, I would really appreciate if the video that the delegation of Panama has presented for the occasion to be put up on screen.
Welcome to Panama, where worlds converge. With its connectivity, ease of access, and privileged geographical position, Panama offers a unique experience. Arrive in Panama on a non-stop flight from major cities across the Americas and Europe, and be awed at our cosmopolitan city that hosts the engineering marvel that is the Panama Canal. Panama offers a safe environment with top-tier international hotel chains and exceptional event venues, including the expansive Panama Convention Center. Experience the contrast of Panama City's modern skyline, boasting some of Latin America's tallest skyscrapers, against the backdrop of historic sites like Panama Viejo and Casco Antiguo, both UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Immerse yourself in the surrounding natural parks, such as the Metropolitan Park, the Soberanía National Park, and Cerro Ancon. Panama City's vibrant culture and biodiversity await. Enhance your stay by exploring the diverse shopping malls, duty-free stores, and savoring the rich gastronomy that Panama has to offer. Venture beyond the city to explore day trip options such as Taboga Island in the Gulf of Panama, or cultural encounters with the Emberá indigenous community along the Chagres River, or with the Gunas in their lands. Embark on a historical journey via the Interoceanic Railway, traversing lakes and tropical rainforests, connecting two oceans. Or spend time at one of the Panama Canal's visitor centers in the Miraflores or the Agua Clara Lofts. Indulge in unique culinary experiences, breakfast in the Pacific, lunch in the Caribbean, and take in panoramic views from the top of the Baru volcano in Chiriquí province, where you can savor freshly brewed geisha coffee. Experience the natural wonders of Panama. Our wildlife is rich and diverse. We're the home and a place of pilgrimage to more than 1,000 bird species. Turtles nest on more than 200 of our beaches, and thousands of humpback whales swim through our waters. Discover stunning beaches and islands, including Bocas del Toro, Santa Catalina, Pedasí, Tonosí, and the Pacific Riviera. Perfect for surfing, diving, snorkeling, and more. Trace the colonial roots and pirate history in Panama Viejo, Casco Antiguo, San Lorenzo, Portobelo, Camino Real, and Camino de Cruces, all within an hour of the ports. Visit the Frank Gehry Bio Museo at the Amador Causeway and delve into Panama's transformative history. Immerse yourself in the rich cultural heritage of Panama's 7 indigenous communities and Afro-Caribbean descendants, experiencing their traditions, cuisine, and way of life. Panama offers what travelers desire and provides what you need for an unforgettable journey. Welcome to Panama.
Yes. Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. The Republic of Panama takes great pleasure in offering our capital as host for the 56th General Assembly of the Organization of American States. We take on the commitment of holding this hemispheric meeting with the openness and responsibility that current circumstances require. It will happen at the same time as the bicentennial for Panama, when multilateralism was first put forward in the Americas. This was a seed that has grown and turned into a fruitful tree. And so we hope that the next assembly will be a space for deep reflection, where we will renew the democratic systems of governance with respect for sovereignty and international law, the peaceful resolution of conflict, and cooperation based on solidarity among states. We want to focus on multilateralism, and so we have invited many organs from the Inter-American system. Among them, we have had the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, the Committee Against Terrorism, the Inter-American Juridical Committee, the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, the Commission on Telecommunications, the Meeting of Ministers for Public Security, and the Meeting of Ministers and High Authorities for Social Development, among others.
Panamá reitera su firme voluntad de contribuir.
Panama reiterates its commitment to renew the Inter-American system. We are pleased at the opportunity to host you next year with the characteristic warmth of the people of Panama. And to paraphrase our minister from Colombia, you'll have cumbia, you'll have drums, some salsa, and even a little bit of reggaeton. So we say goodbye with the conviction that together we will be able to create a region that is more resilient, one that's more inclusive and democratic. We will warmly welcome you in our country next year. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you so much to the delegation of Panama. Now, we have a request for the floor from the Dominican Republic. Thank you, Chair. The delegation of the Dominican Republic wants to thank the enthusiastic offer from Panama to host the 56th regular session of the General Assembly, which will be held in the beautiful city of Panama in 2026. In that regard, we would like to request that in the resolution, which for the offer the General Assembly will adopt, we include a resolutive paragraph that expresses the appreciation towards the people and the government of Panama for offering to host the previously mentioned 56th General Assembly, and Chair, my delegation will make that text arrive. We'll deliver that text to the Secretariat, and we hope that this resolution will be adopted by acclamation.
The draft resolution, place and date for the 56th regular session of the General Assembly is adopted by acclamation. Colleagues, having determined the place and date for the next regular session, we'll proceed with the immediate closing of this session. Honorable Ministers of Foreign Affairs and Heads of Delegation, esteemed Ambassador Benoni Belli, Chair of the OAS Permanent Council and the General Assembly's Preparatory Committee and Permanent Representative of Brazil to the OAS, distinguished representatives of Member States, esteemed Secretary General of the OAS, Albert Ramdin, esteemed Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, Nestor Mendez, distinguished permanent observers of the OAS, representatives of international organizations, representatives of civil society organizations and other social actors, special guests, ladies and gentlemen. With deep satisfaction and a renewed sense of commitment, I address you in a final act, that of declaring the conclusion of this, the 55th regular session of the General Assembly of the OAS. Over the past 3 days, we have engaged in a constructive and respectful dialogue, reaffirming our shared commitment to regional integration and the principles of multilateralism. A particularly meaningful exchange took place around the central theme of the session, building resilient, inclusive economies in the Americas. The active engagement of all delegations highlighted the importance of economic resilience, equity, and sustainability as key pillars for long-term recovery and prosperity in our hemisphere. This General Assembly also produced concrete and timely results. We adopted important resolutions that strengthen hemispheric cooperation in key areas, particularly in addressing the growing mental health crisis in our region, an urgent issue that demands coordinated, sustained action. We also reaffirmed the value of shared memory and cultural identity through the commemoration of significant historical milestones and took steps to ensure the financial sustainability and institutional effectiveness of our organization in the years ahead. I must emphasize the resolution addressing the grave security and institutional crisis in Haiti. It reflects the urgent need for coordinated and decisive action to support the Haitian people and help restore peace, stability, and a democratic order. The strong commitment expressed by member states is both a message of solidarity and a call to action. I would like to take a moment to recognize the leadership of Secretary General Albert Ramdin, for whom this has been his first General Assembly in this role. His steady guidance, clarity of vision, and commitment to the values of this organization have marked a strong beginning, and we are confident that under his leadership, the OAS will continue to serve as a vital forum for consensus and cooperation. Today, we say farewell to two giants of our organization. I take this opportunity first to recognize the distinguished National of Antigua and Barbuda, Mr. Paul Spencer, Paul has served his organization for an exceptional period of 32 years. For many of those years, he was the only national of my country on the professional staff at the OAS. Throughout his long and dedicated career, he has served in many capacities, including as advisor in the Office of the Secretary General and as an OAS country representative. The General Assembly marks his final participation before entering into retirement. On behalf of the government and people of Antigua Barbuda, I wish to express our deep and abiding appreciation for his outstanding service, professionalism, and steadfast commitment to the principles and mission of this great organization. We extend to him our heartfelt thanks and best wishes for a rewarding and well-deserved retirement. Paul, we thank you. Allow me to also express, in a very special way, my profound appreciation for Ambassador Nestor Mendez as he concludes his distinguished tenure as Assistant Secretary General. Over the past 10 years, Ambassador Mendez has demonstrated unwavering professionalism, integrity, and a deep commitment to the principles of the inter-American system. His leadership, diplomacy, and personal warmth have left a lasting mark on this organization. This General Assembly is his final one in this role. And it is only fitting that we recognize his extraordinary contribution. He has served the OAS with distinction and heart, always working to build bridges, strengthen unity, and promote the voice of all member states. We thank him deeply, profusely, and wish him the very best in the next chapter of his journey. I think it apropos that as your chairman, as your president, I allow my final remarks to be punctuated by sentiments of gratitude from you, distinguished delegates. And so I recognize the delegation of Brazil at this time.
Chair, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations, distinguished representatives, on behalf of the Brazilian delegation, I would like to pay sincere tribute to Ambassador Nestor Mendez, who is concluding his mandate as ASG of the OAS after 10 years of dedication focusing on hemispheric multilateralism. Nestor Mendez has always been a great diplomat with robust academic training, a strong professional trajectory, and dedication to the inter-American affairs. And he has been so distinguished as he has been an example for hemispheric diplomacy over the last 10 years. He has been much more than an institutional leader. He has truly built bridges between countries, perspectives, particularly between regions. And he's proud of his Central American, Caribbean, and Latin American roots, always looking to work with the many different parts of our hemisphere, promoting integration and understanding among them. He has focused on sensitivity, balance, and an unwavering dedication to inclusion, dialogue, and democracy. In times of tension, there have been many, he has been able to overcome these tensions and build a space for consensus, listening, and understanding. He began from the Belizean team, and he has been a shining example of diplomacy in his country at the hemispheric level, committed to professional excellence and multilateralism, focusing on building bridges and raising voices. We are deeply grateful, Ambassador Mendez, for your many years of balance on and dedication to the well-being of the Americas. Your work has been so inspiring and leaves a great legacy. Thank you very much, Ambassador.
Thank you, Brazil. I recognize the delegation of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. In my capacity as chair of the CD for the current semester, I take the floor to express sincere gratitude to His Excellency Nestor Mendez, Assistant Secretary General, at this, his final session of the OAS General Assembly. ASG Mendez concludes his second tenure in the post, having dedicated 10 years of his young life to the service of the people of the Americas. His personal and professional attributes have contributed to building trust in the Secretariat and among member states. This is absolutely indispensable in the facilitation of open and honest dialogue, an essential element in building consensus. In the premier multilateral forum, which is the OAS, Dialogue and consensus building contribute significantly to maintaining peace and democracy, attributes which we enjoy fully in this hemisphere. Ambassador Mendez has demonstrated quality leadership of his team and has been instrumental in introducing many transformations in the operations and effective management of the business of the OAS. I refer to the sustained attention which ASG Mendez paid to ensuring the continuity of the business of the OAS during the COVID-19 pandemic. This he did with a people-centered focus by placing the health and well-being of the staff at the center of the administrative arrangements for continuing the work of the OAS. Here, I evoke the drive-through voting process introduced in 2020 that ensured that the elections occurred within the regulations of the organization while respecting COVID-19 protocols. Ambassador Mendez, your diplomatic acumen, your knowledge of the region, your love for the hemisphere and its people, your dedication to the enhancement of the human capital in the hemisphere, these are the attributes which made you an excellent hemispheric public servant. And I want to thank you for the work which you have done in the Organization of American States. We will miss you. Te echaremos de menos.
We will miss you.
Queremos.
We love you.
I'd also like to extend our gratitude to your first wife. That is a joke. He has one wife. One wife, Elvira. For sharing you with us. For sharing you with us. Te llevamos en el corazón.
We will miss you. We love you.
Go with you.
Thank you. I recognize the delegation of Belize.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Very quickly, Belize would like to, of course, add our voice to expressing our, and acknowledging the great service of Ambassador Mendez. Over the past decade, Ambassador Mendez has served this organization with exceptional dedication, bringing to the role not only tireless diplomacy and unwavering professionalism, but also a deep and genuine commitment to the principles of democracy, human rights, development, and security that underpin the inter-American system. His leadership has been instrumental in advancing initiatives that strengthened institutional effectiveness, deepened multilateral cooperation, and gave greater voice to small and vulnerable states within the hemisphere. Importantly, Ambassador Mendez is a steadfast advocate for hemispheric solidarity and integration. He was especially effective in highlighting and advancing the shared priorities of CARICOM and SICA, two sub-regions to which Belize proudly belongs, helping to bridge their perspectives and ensure their voices were reflected in hemispheric decision-making. Ambassador Mendez's legacy is etched not only in the important programs he championed, but also in the trust, respect, and affection on full display today, which he earned from colleagues across the Americas. His calm resolve, his inclusive spirit, and unshakable sense of duty have made an indelible mark on this organization and all those who have worked with him. Belize is deeply proud of his exemplary service, and we thank him for representing our nation with dignity, integrity, and heart, and we wish him every success in the journey ahead. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Belize. We take our last contribution from the floor with Bahamas.
Thank you very much, Chair. It would be remiss of us to leave Antigua and Barbuda without thanking the people and the government for an excellent 55th regular session of the OAS General Assembly. Chair, it's my distinct honor to offer the heartfelt thanks and appreciation at the conclusion of what has been an important and productive General Assembly. First and foremost, we extend our deepest gratitude to the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda for their gracious hospitality and exemplary hosting of the 55th General Assembly. We pay special tribute to Prime Minister Honorable Gaston Brown, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Honorable, and I enjoy this moment, the Honorable Chet Green, and of course His Excellency Sir Ronald Sanders, and Antigua and Barbuda's permanent representative and the Dean of the Corps of Ambassadors in Washington, D.C. for their steadfast leadership and generous welcome. The warm spirit and professionalism with which we have been received reflect the best Caribbean solidarity and diplomacy. We also take this opportunity to recognize Secretary General Albert Ramden as he assumes the helm of the organization at a pivotal moment. We offer him our full support and best wishes as he leads us forward with vision and resolve. At the same time, we extend immense appreciation to Assistant Secretary General Ernesto Mendez, who concludes his tenure with distinction. Earlier, the mention was made of two giants in the organization. One is Mr. Paul Spencer and the other Mr. Ernesto Mendez. I am not that tall, so everybody to me is a giant. But in this case, it is truly meant in respect of those two individuals. And Nestor is a brother, a friend, and a mentor. His tireless commitment to the OAS and to strengthening hemispheric cooperation has left a meaningful and enduring legacy. We thank him sincerely for his service. We further commend the staff of the government of Antigua and Barbuda. I've felt the warmth every day I come. Besides eating the oatmeal cookies, all of them, I felt the warmth from the people that have been a part of this operation. Likewise, we thank the staff of the Organization of American States and the General Secretariat, including the Department of Conferences, Meetings and Management, Protocol Division, Press and Communications Department, and our skilled and ever-dedicated interpreters, who probably find it difficult with my heavy Bahamian accent, and the technical support teams, all of whom have worked with precision and care, often behind the scenes and sometimes unappreciated, and they have done this to ensure the success of this assembly. Chairs, we close with gratitude and optimism. We leave this beautiful country with renewed purpose and a deeper sense of collective responsibility to strengthen our organization and serve the peoples of the Americas. I thank you, and I thank the government of Antigua and Barbuda for a wonderful assembly.
Thank you, Chet. Recognize the delegation of Barbados.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I should like to echo the sentiments of my colleague from the Bahamas to thank you, the government of Antigua and Barbuda, for the hospitality and excellent arrangements in place. But I could not leave this session without expressing the gratitude and appreciation of the government of Barbados for the service rendered to the Organization of American States by Paul Spencer. Paul has been a friend and a supporter of Barbados for all of his tenure at the organization. And I certainly had, during my time at the Organization of American States, benefited significantly from Paul's guidance and expertise. And I wish you well, Paul, as you continue in your next chapter. Remember that you have family and friends in Barbados, and we look forward to helping you enjoy this next new phase of your life. Ambassador Nestor Mendez, a former colleague, we served at the Organization of American States at the same time, and I am happy to see that you had a successful tenure during your 10 years in your current position. I wish Ambassador Nestor Mendez all the best in the future. I know that you have big plans, you have many talents, so I'm not wishing you farewell, because I know that you are not going into retirement like Paul. There's a lot more for you to do, a lot more talents for you to put at the service of the hemisphere. So I wish you all the very best. And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take the opportunity also to thank the governments of Panama and Dominican Republic We look forward to the next General Assembly in Panama and certainly to the Summit of the Americas in Dominican Republic. We have a very heavy agenda before us, and the opportunity to prepare to address the challenges of the hemisphere are certainly always welcome. I thank you.
Thank you, Barbados. Jamaica.
I would also like to attach Jamaica to the comprehensive vote of thanks that the Bahamas gave to the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. And I'd also like to express sincere appreciation to Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendez, whose decade of dedicated service has left an indelible mark on the organization and on the region. For Jamaica, your tenure has been marked by genuine partnership, steadfast commitment, and tangible collaboration. In particular, we recall your most recent official visit to Jamaica in 2023 and meaningful support for higher education and knowledge development in the region. We are especially grateful for your collaboration with the University of the West Indies to establish a scholarship fund that continues to benefit students from Jamaica and the wider Caribbean. As you prepare to close this chapter, we wish you all the very best in your future endeavors and for your personal well-being. As we say in Jamaica, walk good.
Thank you. Panama?
No.
Okay, Guatemala.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be very brief. But I would like to pay tribute in Spanish because all of my colleagues were speaking English and Portuguese, and I think that the dedication, professionalism, and above all, I'd like to thank Mr. Mendez for his friendship and always giving us a hand, always being there. We will miss you so much, but we know that you will be much more relaxed in the future at home and spending a lot of time with your family. But this is also your home, and every one of our countries will always receive you, and we hope to stay in touch. Thank you very much for everything, Nestor.
Gracias, Guatemala.
Thank you, Guatemala.
I will now ask the man himself, Ambassador Mendez, for a few words.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If my voice shakes a little bit, it's because I am filled with emotion. Yesterday, the ambassador of Argentina said that when he was growing up, he was taught that giving thanks was perhaps the most important thing that somebody should know. He said that that's the way he was raised up. I want to tell you that I was also raised like that, and I was taught at home that it is important to give thanks. So I would not want to leave without expressing a word of thanks to, not to everybody, because I cannot list everybody, but everybody is included. So I want to start by thanking the member states for their very kind words yesterday and today. And I also want to express my deepest gratitude for the honor, the opportunity, and the privilege of serving in this capacity as Assistant Secretary General for the last 10 years. During that period of time, which really flew by, it's hard to believe that 10 years have gone by. I looked at some photographs and I realized that in 2015 I still had a full head of hair. And I mentioned that to somebody last night, and I told him, well, you know, this is what happened. And he said, you have made an invaluable contribution. I think that sacrificing your primary cover is indeed a big thing. During this period of time, I have forged a valuable partnership with all delegations, with ministers, with permanent representatives, with alternates, and I value them greatly, and I will always cherish them. I want to thank all of you for your commitment to addressing the issues that are most important for our people, and for the tireless efforts to achieve consensus that allows concrete action on those issues. everybody knows that our OAS is a work in progress, constantly changing and adapting to respond to the needs of our member states. For sure, it is not perfect. Indeed, it is far from perfect. But our organization has responded when called upon to resolve some of the most complex and critical political crises on many occasions. I know, I have seen it, I have been part of it, and it has been an invaluable learning experience. One of the things that has been underscored for me time and again is that we have so much to learn from each other, from our diversity, from our different cultures, from our different realities, and certainly from our different political perspectives. I want to thank the OAS staff. It has been a true honor to be part of a most amazing team. Everybody who joined in preparing this General Assembly last night, I mentioned it in the reception, our people work hours and hours and hours, and if they have to work all night, they do it. And they do it because they are committed, they are responsible, and they believe in what we do, in what they do in the service of the Americas. I want to say a very special thank you to the staff in my executive office, to Ambassador Lacilia Prince, the Chief of Staff, to Carmen Lucia, Francisco, Lainez, Yolande, Kendall, you know all of them, Sandra, and the extended team that does so much work all the time, most of the time behind the scenes. These are hard-working, wonderful people who believe in what they have been doing, and they're committed to the OAS and to the Americas. I also want to say a big thank you to the observers. Thank you for your interest in our organization and your contributions, which go beyond the monetary contributions that are so valuable to our organization. Your presence here fortifies and enriches our diversity. A special thank you to Antigua and Barbuda, to PM Brown, to Foreign Minister, my good friend now, the other Chet Green, the real Chet, Chet Green, and of course to Ambassador Sir Ronald Sanders for hosting this historic General Assembly, which I will always remember as my last one in this post. A very big thank you to Ambassador Liverpool and all of his team. They're a small group, but they're a powerful group, and they're dedicated and they work hard. Thank you so much, Ambassador Liverpool, to you and your people. I want to say also a special thank you to my wife who's joining us today. Her love and support have been a source of strength and comfort to me and our family for decades now. I closed this chapter of my professional life as I started it 10 years ago with a heart full of gratitude for an abundance of blessings and a hopeful look on the future and whatever roads life and the Almighty may lead me to. But everybody knows that once you are OAS, you will always be OAS. This is one family that never abandons you and you never feel out of it. So you can always continue to count on me. May our good Lord bless our organization, and may the Almighty continue to guide and protect all of us and the people of the Americas to whom we serve. Thank you.
Delegates will recall that all you've heard is a part of my final presentation. And so as I wind down, let me also express sincerest gratitude to all delegations for your thoughtful contributions and active participation over the last 3 days. Your commitment to the values of this organization have been essential to the success of this session. In fact, you made my presidency easy. Let us carry forward the spirit of this assembly with unity, responsibility, and renewed purpose, so that together we may continue building a future where peace, democracy, and prosperity are shared realities for all the peoples of the Americas. Before I invite our esteemed Secretary General to take the floor, please join me in extending warmest thanks and appreciation to our volunteers and to the management of our host venue, the AUA, for a most outstanding and commendable assignment done for and on behalf of the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda. Here they are to my left, our volunteers. As Minister of Foreign Affairs of Antigua Barbuda, entrusted with the responsibility of hosting this, the 55th General Assembly of the OAS, I give much thanks and appreciation to the entire team at the Ministry. And on behalf of the government and people of Antigua Barbuda, led by Prime Minister Gaston Brown, we say thank you for choosing Antigua and Barbuda. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. And I pray that we are a good host to you over the last 3 days. I now close my presentation, final presentation, and turn the proceedings over to our esteemed Secretary General, Mr. Albert Ramdin. Jess, or SG, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good evening, all distinguished ministers and heads of delegations, of course our distinguished chairperson, staff of the OAS, Assistant Secretary General Nestor Mendes, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to a close of this 55th regular session of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States, in these beautiful surroundings, the Twin Island state nation of Antigua and Barbuda, we close this General Assembly with a good feeling, because the discussions have been rich, frank, respectful. We have touched in the many speeches you have held, the many presentations on many strategic issues. We all understand the challenges which we face in the hemisphere and the road we still have to follow to a better place in the hemisphere. I want to start by congratulating Antigua and Barbuda for going and doing the utmost to make this General Assembly not only a successful one, but one which was and is well organized, and we have not had glitches of any kind over the past 2 days. That in itself tells a lot about the capability of Antigua and Barbuda, a small Caribbean nation, to host such a large event. And I want to put on record our appreciation to, of course, the Prime Minister of this country, the Honorable Gaston Brown, all those who have, and certainly in the Ministry of Finance, made the resources available. It is a costly exercise, and I want to thank them because it must be coming from somewhere. I want to thank Ambassador Ron Sanders for all the work done in detail in Washington, D.C., but certainly in liaison with his team here in Antigua and Barbuda and St. John's. It's not easy, and all I can say is that you have succeeded to deliver to the organization an excellent 55th General Assembly. The leadership of Minister, our former colleague, friend, Chad Green, has been superb. He is a calm human being and has demonstrated that skill in leadership of this conference. That's what you need. Somebody who can steer the way even under difficult circumstances. So Minister Green, thank you very much. And of course, as you have mentioned, Ambassador Liverpool and your team from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the volunteers, all in purple, thank you very much. We often forget how much is involved in preparation of a General Assembly. This General Assembly did not start 3 months ago. It started immediately after the last one. And it's a preparatory process with politics involved, diplomacy, with logistics, organization skills, finances, and it is extremely detailed. The best General Assembly comes to an end when the preparation has been good. That's the work that is going to carry. So I want to thank also the member states for their commitment, their dedication in making sure that the preparatory process was a good one. The different chairpersons who have led the organization over the past couple of months since last year's General Assembly in Asunción. And I know that the bar has been set high for Panama with this General Assembly. But I'm sure that Panama, having been involved in organization of large conferences and several of these General Assembly, will deliver as well. So we look forward being in Panama City, Ambassador, and we look forward also to an exceptionally well-organized, substantive 56th General Assembly in 2026. I'm very pleased to hear that Colombia has offered to host the 58th General Assembly in 2028. That has a special circumstance, 80 years Organization of American States. That leaves up us only somebody, some country, a country to propose to host 2027. So that's still outstanding. Let us not wait, but offer to host 2027. Substantively, I wanted to say I was very pleased with all the discussions and all the debates which took place from day one in terms of civil society, of dialogue with permanent observers. Those meetings have a value to us, not present here in terms of the formal presentations, but those meetings help us to understand better what lives in the Americas. And I think it's an important matter to continue. I want to acknowledge also the different organs who have presented today their reports. Also, enormously important work that is being done. So I would hope that we all take good recognition of that. Elections are always an exciting moment, and today's elections were not different. It's not even completed. But I want to congratulate those candidates who won, who got their mandate renewed or for the first time. And we always feel that being part of the OAS in whatever capacity is always an honor to serve the Americas. So I wish you all the best in your work as member of different committees and commissions. The staff of the Organization of American States, I don't want to say often forgotten, but often not fully recognized. And they work hard. They work hard, they're capable, and they deliver. As Ambassador Mendes said, even if it is required to work a full 24 hours, they deliver. And what we have been able to do here together is because of their work. In terms of organization, logistics, planning, the equipment, the IT, the documentation which you receive, everything is linked to the staff of the organization. So I want to especially thank them as well. We have said some farewells today, and let me add my voice to wishing all the best to Paul Spencer, whom I know for 25 years. Paul has been all over the organization, and that is meant in a very positive way. He has been in various capacities, with various responsibilities. So if there is somebody who knows to write a book about the OAS in practice, don't tell all the stories, Paul, but tell the right ones, and it will be useful to have your legacy written down, because there are very few who have such a record working in the Organization of American States. So thank you very much. And of course, Ambassador Nestor Mendes, who will take his official farewell is during a special session of the Permanent Council on the 9th of July in Washington, D.C., not so far from now. I have one thing in common with Ambassador Nestor Mendes, maybe two. We have almost the same height. But Ambassador Mendes, you said you lost some hair. I had warned you about this, because I lost hair as well after 10 years as ASG. I think there are very few who understand what Nestor is going through today, because I did the same 10 years ago. So I wish you all the best. You have done a remarkable job in terms of serving the organization. It's not easy. Let me say this from my practice. It's not easy. Being responsible for the organization of the main event of the OAS every single year and getting everybody aligned, also on the political side, because the ASG is responsible for the political bodies of the OAS, the Permanent Council, all the committees, and the secretariat that deals with it. It's not an easy job. So losing some hair because of that is understandable, but the rewards are even greater in terms of what you can leave behind. And I think, Ambassador Mendes, you're leaving a lot behind. Your legacy will not be forgotten. Of course, thanks also to Elvira for being part of your immediate team. We will speak to your achievements much more on the 9th of July. Today, I want to thank you as a friend, as a colleague, because we have served both at the OAS, and I'm sure that we will come back to you to benefit from your knowledge in the OAS. So, as Minister Chet Green said, we're ending this General Assembly with renewed hope and also with a vision going forward. I want to thank all of you who pledged support to me during this General Assembly. I will come back to you to cash in that commitment, because we alone cannot do it. And I've made that point all the time. We need to work together. We are prepared to listen, but your commitment to make things happen is equally important. Again, I want to thank Minister Everly Chet Green for being our leader over the past 2.5 days, 3 days, and for the warm hospitality from Antigua and Barbuda and its people to all of us. And I'm sure many of you will return to this place. So thank you very much. There is one formality which I have to do, and that is in appreciation to this sterling leadership of Minister Green and honoring Antigua and Barbuda. I have the honor to hand you over, first of all, a gavel. It's not the same one like this, but this one. And I hope you will give it a nice place in your office. Thank you very much, Minister. And then there is this one, which are all the flags of active members of the Organization of American States, also to remember these past days. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. SG. Before I move the adjournment of this meeting, allow me to make a small presentation to Assistant SG Mendez on behalf of the people of Antigua and Barbuda. This gift has multiple meanings. It can be interpreted several ways. The one thing is consistent: the flag of Antigua and Barbuda and its warm welcome. We expect you back here soon, sir.
Thank you.
Before I give the floor to Panama, let me, as a final, absolute final word, extend my profoundest appreciation and thanks to my team in Washington, D.C., led by Ambassador Ronald Saunders. They were the backbone of this project, and Ambassador, to you and your team, abiding appreciation and thanks for all the hard work that was put into making this project, the hosting of the 55th Assembly, a success. I thank you. I now give the floor to the delegation of Panama.
Gracias. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. The delegation of Panama would like to take the floor to express its most sincere and deepest appreciation to the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda for hosting with such generosity and warmth the General Assembly of the OAS at its 55th regular session. We value the hospitality and the conditions that allowed for respectful dialogue that characterized this session on the beautiful island of Antigua. This reflects Antigua and Barbuda's commitment to the values that sustain our organization, with the confidence that all delegations share in this gratitude. The delegation of Panama has the honor of presenting draft resolution titled "A Vote of Appreciation for the People and Government of Antigua and Barbuda," which I will read. The General Assembly, considering that the 55th regular session of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States was held on the island of Antigua, part of the state of Antigua and Barbuda, from June 25th to 27th of 2025. Considering further that throughout this session, delegations of member states came together, as well as permanent observers, international organizations, and other relevant stakeholders in a proper environment for frank, constructive, open dialogue, reflecting the warm welcome and the hospitality shown by the people and government of Antigua and Barbuda, resolved First, to express its deepest gratitude to His Excellency Gaston Alfonso Brown, Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, and namely the people of Antigua and Barbuda, for their warm hospitality which they showed to participants during the 55th regular session of the General Assembly of the OAS, and secondly, to express its acknowledgement to His Excellency Chet Green, Foreign Affairs Minister, as well as for Commerce and National Affairs of Antigua and Barbuda, for his outstanding work as chair of the 55th regular session of the OAS General Assembly. Thirdly, to express its recognition and gratitude to Ambassador Ronald Sanders, permanent representative of Antigua and Barbuda to the Organization of American States, to the members of the Permanent Mission of Antigua and Barbuda, and the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Antigua and Barbuda, who with great efficiency, dedication, and professionalism contributed to the successful celebration of the 55th regular session of the General Assembly. Fourthly, to leave a record of this acknowledgement for the work undertaken by the General Secretariat of the Organization of American States, which contributed to the successful organization and holding of the 55th regular session of the General Assembly. Finally, the Republic of Panama proposes to all that this draft resolution be adopted by acclamation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Muchas gracias, Panama.
Thank you so much, Panama.
I hereby declare the proceedings of this, the 55th regular session of the General Assembly of the Organization of American States, adjourned.
Handheld 1, handheld 1, going on handheld 1.
Uno, dos, uno, dos. Bien. Dame. Inglés. ¿Estás, Nancy? Ok. Vamos a. Está bien. Ahora vamos a español. En webcast. Español.
Probando 1, 2, 3, probando 1, 2, 3. Vamos a...
Vamos a probar la otra consola. Este es español. Canal 2, español. Sí, probando 1, 2, 3.
Probando 1, 2, 3, segunda consola en canal 2 al español. 1, 2, 3. Estamos en español, estamos probando en español. 1, 2, 3, seguimos probando.
Ok. ¿Pueden hablarme en inglés ahora, por favor? Ahí te estaban hablando en inglés. No. Sí, debe estar llegando inglés ahí. ¿Está en inglés ahí, Nancy? Sí, inglés. Inglés. Mira ahí. Este es inglés. Inglés. ¿No tiene inglés? Ok, ya. Sí, cambiamos a español ahora.
1, 2, 3, probando el canal español. Probando canal español. 1, 2, 3.
¿Español?
1, 2, 3, probando canal de español. 1, 2, 3, se oye en español, ¿sí? Ok.
Excelente. Ya estamos bien. Ok. Uno, dos. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Check, check. 1, 2. Check. Check.
Que cerremos un poco más, dinos que vengan, que vengan. No veas así. Que cerremos un poco más las aberturas.
Que vengan con las reglas. No tiene que ser esta medida.
Mira, este micrófono que está allá abajo está prendido. No, tiene la luz roja. Sí. Está prendido, ¿no?
Oh, no, it isn't.
Good evening, everyone.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Les damos la bienvenida a la rueda de prensa para esta 55ª quinta reunión de la Asamblea General de la OEA. Tenemos
and the Assistant Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Ambassador Nestor Mendez. Once again, this press conference will be conducted in English. For those present in the room, interpretation devices are available if needed. For those watching remotely, there are 3 channels available, one with the original audio, one with Spanish interpretation, and one with English interpretation, if necessary. You may find those channels via our website, www.oas.org. We will start with the opening statements from our officials, and then we'll open the floor for questions. Mr. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you and good evening. It has been 3 days of intense but certainly positive engagements. Borrowing from our theme of building resilient, inclusive economies in the Americas, I'm satisfied in declaring that the 55th General Assembly of the OAS was a resounding success. A success from the point of view of the participation of member states, a success from the point of view of the takeaways from the exchanges and the recommitting of member states to the values of the OAS. I think Prime Minister Brown, when he spoke at the opening, would have laid a most beautiful, most excellent foundation for what transpired over the last 2 days. The many engagements with civil society and other main actors leaves me very comforted, buoyed even, about the future of our shared Americas. The discussions in Haiti and the commitments given to work through a process leading to a successful resolution of the issues in Haiti, all leave me tonight feeling a sense of satisfaction over the exchanges we've had over the last few days. I would have said at the start of this assembly that I did not anticipate a talk shop, and already I'm feeling a difference. As I watched the many delegations interact, as I heard the pledges and commitments from the heads of delegations, which in effect represent the commitments and ambitions of the respective governments across the Americas, it tells me that we're in a good place, having only now to act upon the many discussions and agreements arrived at. I'm also buoyed tonight by the fact that the OAS is in a good place with a new Secretary General, renewed energy, dynamic focus and vision. The peoples of the Americas should feel justly proud in supporting the agenda led by our new SG, Albert Ramdin. Our meeting over the last 3 days, of course, had their own moments of bittersweet, what they call it. Because as we closed tonight, we said goodbye to two giants of the OAS. One, a fellow Antiguan in Paul Spencer, who served the organization for all of 32 years in varying capacities. That is certainly institutional knowledge that will go through the door by way of retirement. But it allows for new talents, new interests, new abilities to also come to the fore. And I'm sure that Paul, like the rest of the OAS leadership, would have been building capacities internally. And I know island governments, respective island governments, have also been ensuring that it's capacity building to replace and to augment and complement the efforts that officers like Paul would have made over the last 32 years. We also say goodbye tonight, effectively, his last General Assembly, to the Deputy Secretary General, my good friend, Nestor Mendez. For the last 10 years, he was an anchor, a pillar in the operations of the OAS. And I think every single area of success and achievement of the OAS over the last 10 years would find his imprimatur somewhere written over it. And while a bitter moment to see him go, it was a sweet moment to hear the accolades showered on his service by delegations. The resolution on the mental health issues plaguing our Americas, as tabled by Antigua Barbuda and adopted by the General Assembly, also is another key takeaway from this very important General Assembly. There's no pretending that mental health issues present a real and present danger, a challenge to our hemisphere. And that this matter was given a front and center approach or attention, it speaks volumes of the desire, the ambition, the efforts not being spared in finding solutions to this scourge. It has implications for all of us. It has implications for the health of our population, implications for the finances of our respective countries, and certainly the capacities of our people to contribute to a robust development trajectory and agenda as outlined by our new SG. And so as we close this chapter of the OAS and its 55th General Assembly here in Antigua Barbuda, I will end this intervention like I started. Well, maybe words tweaked a bit, but saying the same thing. When I spoke to you last, I said, welcome to Antigua Barbuda. Tonight I say, thank you for coming to Antigua Barbuda. And I may go further and say, you're not allowed to leave Antigua Barbuda. I sense that desire to stay when in one round of elections we had to go 4 rounds of balloting. It was a very subtle message by the delegates of not wanting to leave. But on a more joyous and certainly more somber note, I am pleased on behalf of Prime Minister Brown and the entire cabinet of ministers, the entire nation of Antigua and Barbuda, pleased to say that we were certainly happy to host you. And as we say goodbye, we are always at the ready to say welcome again. Secretary General, I wish you the very best in your tenure. I pray that the conduct of this your first GA as SG will continue throughout your journey as SG. Antigua and Barbuda certainly pledge our commitment and support to you and your very progressive and robust agenda. As a former foreign minister yourself, my telephone number should still be in your phone, and so I remain available to you at a call, at a WhatsApp, at an instance. To Deputy SG, as you take leave of the OAS desk, I wish you the very best on whatever you set out to do, to accomplish, to achieve as your next chapter of your life. I would not wish for you or speak of you the way I spoke of my compatriot Paul Spencer. Paul certainly is going into retirement, but I can't see you going into retirement. You have too much hair left to go into retirement. Retirement is for those without hair. But on a serious note, we thank you for your years of service. Your contributions have been meaningful, impactful, as intimated by the many delegations and delegates who spoke tonight in recognition of your service. I join their sentiments in saying thanks. As a matter of fact, I adopt all of their comments as my own, as a way of expressing the gratitude that I share for your service. The OAS is now in a state of readiness for takeoff. The difference will be the commitment of its members. The hemispheric agenda of the Americas has to be a shared agenda. Antigua and Barbuda stand at ready, as we demonstrated through our hosting of this very important meeting, to be a meaningful member, partner with the OAS and all the nations of the Americas. Until questions come, if any, I thank you again for being here in Antigua Barbuda for the 55th General Assembly.
Thanks very much, Mr. Minister. Mr. Secretary General, you have the floor.
Yeah, good evening to all, the media here present as well as online, virtual. Welcome. Apologies that it's a bit later than scheduled, but you know how these meetings go. Minister Chad Green, my colleague Ambassador Nestor Mendes. I want to give you a quick overview about what transpired here so that you have an idea about where we're heading. I think everybody underscores the fact that we live in different times, both at the global level as at the hemispheric level. Some call it interesting times, some call it challenging times, difficult times, but there is a movement, there is a dynamic in our hemisphere, and that dynamic is being looked at in a very positive way. I must say part of that dynamic environment is some, what I call, some renovations within the Inter-American system. The first time in almost 80 years that a Secretary General comes from this region. We have held the ASG position for 40 years. Nestor is the last in a row. And apart from that, we have the General Assembly in a CARICOM country after almost 23 years. And then the first female ASG will take office next month. So these are what I call renovations. These are new developments which can only inspire all of us to look wider than what we are traditionally used to. So for me, this is almost like a new beginning for the hemisphere. We have to really express appreciation to Antigua and Barbuda, to the Prime Minister, to the Minister, Ambassador Sanders and his team, the team here, the volunteers, all of them for making it possible that since Monday, since we arrived for the formal meetings, up till today, Friday night, that everything went perfectly well. And even the weather was beautiful, but the organization of this conference was excellent, and I hope that we will continue to see that happening. So, Minister Chad Green, thank you very much for your leadership. You have steered the meeting professionally, with calm and in a very respectful manner. Not that there were many challenges as such, but that kind of leadership helps us move forward. As I said, over the past few days, member states, but also civil society, the private sector, the permanent observers, have touched on very substantive matters. And these substantive matters and the responses to those issues and the proposals they have made are going to be very helpful to chart an agenda going forward. I'm very pleased to hear the broad support which was expressed to my own vision, how I look at the hemisphere, how I look at the OAS and the role of the OAS. While we know that there is a degree of skepticism with regard to multilateralism and the institutions that represent multilateralism, I must say that all active members of the Organization of American States were present here. And the statements they have issued or have presented fit in that dynamic which we are experiencing now in this hemisphere. So I don't think any statement made as a negative one. It's an expression of a member state, it's an expression of a member country, the way they see it. But we have to not look at it from a negative perspective. So we're going to take those lessons and those suggestions to the heart and run with it and make sure that we develop an agenda going forward together. My own vision is grounded in two things, fundamentally. One, I'm absolutely in favor of more dialogue, more inclusiveness, more diplomacy when we solve problems, when we have issues. It doesn't make sense to not look at the opportunities to resolve matters. The second one is we need a strong institutional capability, the OAS and the Inter-American system, to deliver on those new directions. And we have presented our case, we have presented our vision. So I hope that as we go forward, we help build an hemisphere with a future unique in the world, where we see in many other regions, from Europe to Eastern Europe, in the Middle East, even in Southeast Asia, conflicts arising which threaten peace and security. We do not want that in this hemisphere. So we have a commitment to make sure that we work with each other and make sure that we deliver. Now, the topics which we were discussed here, the declaration on the Malvinas, the long-standing issue between Argentina and the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland, the recognition of Pope Francis, advancing hemispheric development by endorsing the CD ministerial declarations and plans, the approval of the overall 2025 budget with the commitment to convene a special General Assembly in October this year to discuss some of the details, the side event which was organized but out of which a resolution came on mental health crisis. These are important decisions taken here. And of course the debate on the political environment in which we live in that has come up, including urgent matters with regard to Venezuela and Nicaragua, but also, and I must say, the solidarity expressed to our founding member, Haiti, has been very clear. Almost all countries, if not all, have pledged their support in finding solutions. So how are we going to go further? We will continue developing the agenda in terms of a shared common future, especially with the Summit of the Americas coming up in December. We hope that we can adopt a very concrete plan of improving prosperity, strengthening democracy, and protecting human rights in many of the countries. It's a long haul. I have expressed that the last time already. So we need to strengthen state institutions. We need to support countries in their capabilities to address security matters through the multinational security support mission, for instance, in Haiti. We must continue to provide electoral assistance and strengthening electoral processes so that we have functioning parliaments that will help democracy flourish and protect human rights. We have to create opportunities for the future, especially for the youth. These are some of the elements which are part of our agenda. So I want to close by saying this. Next year, we will be in Panama. And from now until next year, several modernization processes will take place in the OAS, simply because member states must be informed about the value of the OAS, the usefulness of the OAS, the impact the OAS is making. And we can only do that by showcasing all the work which is being done at the different secretariats. So we intend to do that. Next year, when we are in Panama City, we don't want a discussion about the usefulness of multilateralism anymore, or the skepticism with regard to multilateralism, or the usefulness and the efficiency and the relevance of the OAS as an institution. The OAS as an institution is a must. We must have such a body in the hemisphere where countries come together, small, large, rich, less rich, powerful or not. You need a multilateral platform to have countries discuss issues, because most of our issues are cross-border in nature. So we have a task which is immense. At the same time, we show the spirit of a positive approach, a forward-looking approach. And I'm convinced if we can showcase this by next year in Panama, and subsequently when we're going to celebrate in 2028 the 80th anniversary of the OAS in Colombia, then I believe everybody will be convinced that with the new agenda, with the forward-looking agenda, we can focus on building a future and prosperous Americas to the benefit of all the people in the Americas. I'll leave it at this, and I'll be open to taking some of your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. And with that, we will open the floor for questions. Please state your name and the media outlet you represent and who you are addressing the question to.
Thank you. I'm Eva Rivas from FNews, the Spanish news agency. My first question would be for the Secretary General. In his address, the U.S. representative, Mr. Landau, expressed doubts about the purpose of the OAS if it's unable to respond to the crisis in Venezuela and Haiti. This is what he said. Are you concerned that the U.S. could or might leave the organization, and what is your response? And my second question would be for the Foreign Minister. How would you assess the impact that hosting this assembly has had on your country, both politically and economically? Thank you.
I'll start with the question with regard to Deputy Secretary of State Christopher Landau. As I said before, statements made by member states are important statements. We have to listen to those. I'm very pleased that countries feel free to speak open. And that is exactly what the OAS is about, to have a dialogue, to present your vision, views. I know that the statements sound harsh. I don't take it like that. As I said, I'm very optimistic and positive. So I'm not going to go in negatives. I'm not going to think even about what kind of conclusions could be drawn from it. I agree with member states that multilateralism has to deliver. If that is the undertone of what the Deputy Secretary of State wanted to convey, then I agree with him. Because countries pay a lot of money, certainly the United States, to make an organization work. But the organization can only work when it delivers on what member states would like it to deliver in democracy, in human rights, in rule of law, independent judiciaries, a well-functioning society, a just and fair society. Not all countries are there as yet. We know that. So the call to work on Haiti is understood. We are working on Haiti already. So that is something which is a priority for us from the beginning. And with regard to Venezuela, we had several discussions here in Antigua and Barbuda on margins of the General Assembly about Venezuela and what we can do. When I said earlier that one of my founding principles is that if we want to help make change, improve democracy in a country, improve the electoral processes, we cannot say every single time it's not good. What is happening there is not good. Statements alone will not improve situations. You need to work on it. And that means you have to be in touch with the realities, the political realities in such a country. And that is what we are working on. Most of the time that happens behind the scenes. So you won't see it. So I'm happy with the reminder which the United States provided. Let me say this as a last point on this. We have very good relationship with the United States administration currently. We have been in State Department in touch. We have had bilateral discussions right here with Christopher Landau. We spoke very frankly and openly about what the expectations are. We do the same with other officials within the Trump administration, President Trump's administration. So we see eye to eye to certain things. But we have made inroads as well on the Hill. My discussions with Congressman Mario Diaz-Balart with regard to the Appropriations Committee was a very positive one. You may have seen his own response to that conversation. We're going to work with every single member state to not only try to understand them, but to respond to what their concerns are. And we want to do that with every single country. We mentioned earlier very strongly that every country has different needs and different objectives. So we will speak with every single country and try to accommodate as best as we can. The United States is one of the founders of the Inter-American System in 1910 when the meeting was held on the leadership of the United States to make the OAS, out of which the OAS emanated. So I would say almost there is a moral obligation to guard that process. And we spoke about this also. So we have similar views on this with the United States. So that's my response. I'm pleased when member states speak their mind and give us guidance on where they see the OAS going. Thank you.
I think your question was the political and economic benefits of hosting to Antigua and Barbuda. I'll answer you this way. We don't necessarily count a cost in dollars and cents, even though I know that the number of delegates would have had an impact on our tourism sector. We look at this in terms of what it does in relation to our contribution to the development of peace, democracy, and justice in the Americas. That's our first focus. In terms of the benefits to our economy and to our people, 2,000 plus delegates have certainly brought added value to our economy. And the name Antigua Barbuda is now even more known across the region and across the world by virtue of us hosting this event. And so we make these investments, if you may call it that, not for the short-term benefits, but for the medium to long-term benefits. But I think above all, our major takeaway, our major satisfaction comes from the fact that here in St. John's, Antigua, this little piece of rock, we were able to make a significant contribution to the stability of our region, the issues of peace and democracy, which are so quintessentially important, especially in today's geopolitical context. So again, we don't count it in dollars and cents. Those will help. I'm sure that somewhere after today, we will get a report from the Ministry of Finance about the typical injections into the economy. But that was never our overriding concern or interest.
Next question. There in the back. Thank you.
Hi. Hello, this is Robert Emmanuel from Antigua Observer. My first question is to Secretary General Ramdin. During Antigua Barbuda's presentation during the OAS, it was laid out that, as well as other presentations from other member states, it was laid out the realities of the organization's fiscal realities. Ambassador Ronald Sanders noted that you will inherit an annual budget of barely $90 million when at least $120 million is needed for effective function of the OAS. In Costa Rica, the Costa Rica's delegation called for a channeling of the scarce resources of the OAS towards more shared priorities rather than spreading them out across different initiatives. As my previous colleague would have said, the United States also talked about, making the OAS more effective, more efficient, and being more results-focused rather than process-focused. Now, Antigua and Barbuda, for its part, has laid out 3 specific reforms: adopting a realistic budget, reforming the quota system with penalties for non-payment, and aligning governance and the budget with the reality of having 32 active members than the 34 with Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua being effectively non-members at this point. Firstly, what conversations have you had? Well, what conversations have you had over the past 3 days with member states over developing that comprehensive strategy to implement any of these reforms talked about? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. That's a great question. You have followed it closely, I see. I want to say that we have very close attention to our budgetary situation. The organization is very cost effective. An organization with approximately 450 staff members and another 400 consultants working with a budget of somewhat more than $90 million is very cost effective. And then on top of that, all the programs which we carry out. Of course, we do have specific funds as well, which are donations from and grants from member states, but also from the permanent observers. So there is no doubt in my mind that we have to convince member states at some point, not now. We have to showcase the OAS. We have to demonstrate the value of the OAS to the member states. It would not be good for me to go and ask member states or try to convince member states now to say, we need more money. We need more money. It is true. Approximately 120 million would be a normal figure for such an organization. In that sense, the OAS, as a regional organization, one of the 5 regional organizations of the world, is a pretty, with a low budget organization. If we want to really do everything what we are expected to do, we will need more money. I made that point during my presentation as well. But we're going to do a couple of things before that. First of all, showcase the OAS, tell the story from the OAS, what we're doing, so that the value of the OAS is known. And out of that valuation, that monetary evaluation, we will note that most of the countries, I suspect around 60% of the countries, in monetary terms, earn at least 5 to 10 times more out of the OAS than they contribute to the OAS. And we're going to make sure that that is clear in terms of projects, in terms of scholarships, in terms of political support, electoral assistance. One electoral assistance to a member state approximately costs $250,000 US. That is already 5 times more than some countries pay into the OAS. So there is a value. There is good value out of the OAS. But beyond that, we will also work towards increasing funds in terms of the specific funds, which are the donations and the grants. We are working with more permanent observers to broaden their scope of work in a different way. We want to look at multi-year planning possibilities. That means more money has to come in and work not so much on a project basis, but much more on a program basis for 2 or 3 years. Some of the countries are already willing to look at that approach. We would like, and we're going to, mobilize the private sector in the hemisphere. The private sector has a responsibility to maintain high degrees of commitment to democracy, democratic governance, human rights, etc. It's in their interest. It's not philanthropy. It's not corporate social responsibility. They need an environment which is a political stable climate with investment securities and so on. More trade, more investment in the hemisphere will create a better environment for the private sector to do business. So it is logical that they have an interest to also contribute in that way. And then the last point is that we will improve efficiencies within the organization, which will save cost, deliver better, more targeted on what member states want. And I have asked the member states to also look at their own efficiency in terms of the mandates which need to be executed. We need less mandates with secured funding for execution. We have approximately 600 mandates, and many of them are not being executed. So that's a political function, and we will discuss this with the political bodies as well. So there are many initiatives already on the way to streamline the OAS from within. And that process will continue for another couple of months.
Thank you. If there are any more questions in the room, we have a couple of questions that we have received. The first one is for the Minister. It's actually 3 questions. Garfield Burford from ABS TV is asking your view, Mr. Minister, on the threats to the multilateral order, and has the OAS been effectively responding to this challenge? The second one asks your view on the speech by the Deputy Secretary of State, the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State, yesterday in the plenary. And thirdly, has this General Assembly advanced discussions on the crucial issues facing the most vulnerable states, including Antigua and Barbuda, including climate change and trade challenges?
All right, thank you for the 3-part question. The issue of the multilateral system and whether the OAS is effectively addressing this. This is not a Nescafe issue. It's an issue that requires ongoing dialogue, ongoing work. And so I would say that within the context of the 55th Assembly, issues pertaining to the multilateral system were addressed the very fact that we're here addressing the hemispheric issues is a commitment that we share towards the resolution or the effective development of the multilateral system, which we must admit is under some pressure at the moment. What we came away with from the Assembly is a shared commitment to not resile away from, but certainly redouble our efforts in the maintenance of this multilateral system, which is the only system in a small nations especially we allowed a voice in global affairs. The issue of the statement made by the Deputy U.S. Official, it did cause some ripples across the membership, as it was subject to wide and varied interpretation. I think there has been a degree of bilateral conversations with the member states of the OAS. The US's own interest in serving at the hemispheric level makes it clear that their ambition, their interest is to preserve the integrity of the OAS. I will not get into the issues that are germane to the administration of the OAS. I will leave these to the two gentlemen on my left and right. They're the ones who will have to administer budgetary allocations and who will feel the strains and pressures when these allocations are not forthcoming. But I never sensed anywhere in the U.S. statement a desire to withdraw, to cripple, or to cause any injury to the OAS. If we were to honestly evaluate the position, it begs the question, and one we should frontally answer: are we doing enough? The hemisphere has challenges, and for the U.S. to raise those questions is a fair question. And if members have questions about the U.S.'s role in the OAS and in the hemisphere in the world, members also, within the context of an organization that encourages wide and varying discussions, should pose those questions. And if members interpret the views of the U.S. or the expressions made by the U.S. official with jaundiced positions, hey, raise them. And I think the U.S. themselves might have had some sense of consternation on the part of some members, to the extent that there has been, I am aware of that, bilateral discussions, given value to the comments, and certainly put into ease some of the interpretations. You know, the old saying that history precedes us, and so if one views the U.S. actions or U.S. comments in a certain light, you can't fault one for seeing things through one's lenses. If I borrowed your glasses, I would not see what I'm seeing in this room tonight. And so each of us has the right to our lenses and our interpretations and understanding. But again, I want to commend our Secretary General and this new ethos of internal renewal in the OAS that allows for dialogue. It is a conversation that allows us to understand each other, and an ongoing conversation allows us to build the Americas together. So I think that the U.S.'s position is fully understood, albeit after its original or initial pronouncement. And I have every confidence, based on the very fact that the U.S. today accepted or put a candidate into the election process, accepted the election of that candidate to office. That in itself, to me, is testament of their decision or position with respect to the value of the OAS to our hemisphere. The U.S. is a very critical and significant member of the OAS. And so, again, I would leave all the other issues peripheral to those who have the responsibility to do the administrative day-to-day functions. But I remain confident that the U.S. will remain a significant player within the operations of the OAS. The other question had to do with the crucial and critical issues affecting the Americas. I think this Assembly did just that. The examination of the mental health challenges that face our region is perhaps a most critical, singularly most critical issue affecting. Because if we talk of productivity, mental health affects productivity in our region. If we talk about just the general health of our region, we have enough mental health issues that when carefully examined and honestly accepted, represent a significant challenge to us as a people. Within the context of our discussions, yes, there are other issues that are dealt with. Haiti, another major issue affecting the region. But, you know, in every meeting, there'll always be and can always be issues that can be raised. But let's not forget we had 3 days. And so we had to prioritize the issues that we would deal with at this very important meeting. Don't forget also that there are bilateral meetings that took place with the Secretary General, his team, OAS, member states, that would not necessarily be brought to public attention, which would have focused on some of the bilateral challenges that countries face. But if you ask me again, and having me asked rather the question, I am satisfied that we did tackle critical issues in this General Assembly. I will end like I started. This is not a Nescafe moment. This requires constant attention. And here's where the trust reposed in the Secretary General and his team will have to, tomorrow and the day after, the week after, the month after, continue to be in evidence as we shore up the security issues, the democracy issues, and certainly the prosperity issues of our continent.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. We have a question from Natalia Cabrera, France 24, and Eric Martin, Bloomberg. It's essentially the same question. What do you see as for the Secretary General, what do you see as the next steps towards addressing the issues of violence and insecurity in Haiti?
Haiti's concern are an hemispheric concern, are a concern for all member states. The pillars of the OAS, democracy, human rights, sustainable development, security, all of these things play out in Haiti in a crisis form. So it would be wrong if the Organization of American States would not be actively involved in improving and helping to improve the situation in the Republic of Haiti. As a founding member, one of the 2 founding members of the organization in the Caribbean. So what we intend to do, and what we have started doing since a couple of weeks, is to develop a roadmap, a comprehensive, holistic roadmap which includes security, humanitarian assistance, political dialogue, elections, so that we can have a legitimate parliament and a legitimate government in place, as well as working on rebuilding the economy. These 5 pillars we don't do alone. We work with stakeholders from the United States, France, Canada, bilaterally speaking, to multilateral agencies like the Inter-American Development Bank, the United Nations. We had very positive conversations today with the United Nations representative, after we had spoken earlier with Secretary General Guterres. In the coming days, some developments will take place with regard to the continued support to the MSS mission. In our plan, we want to be very clear about the aspects that we need to take on board, and also the requirements to address them. And based on that, there will be kind of a menu out of which member states and international partners can say, I can help you here or I can help you there. There is a specific rule for CARICOM, as Haiti is a member of the Caribbean community, but also part of this region, the Caribbean region. The historical significance of Haiti and the impact it has had on decolonization, or if you wish, the independence movement in the Americas, not only the English-speaking independence movement, but certainly also the Spanish. The historical record is there, so there is a moral obligation to work on Haiti and making sure that we assist in that process. Of course, this all will need to take place on the leadership with ownership from the Haitian authorities. There's a lot of work to be done. It won't be done in a couple of years. It will take time. But we want to start this process and continue with that with full support of international partners and international organizations. And I see the commitment to Haiti in terms of the support they want to provide growing. Of course, they're waiting on the plan. That plan will be ready by mid-July, and we'll present it to several of our partners in the hemisphere and beyond. I hope that it will be a starting point, because we have tried many occasions. It will be a starting point together with the Haitian political leadership to have a sustainable, that means a long-term path to stability and economic development in Haiti, with governance doing what it is expected to do, not only be functioning under crisis, constant crisis, but also to deliver on the social and economic goods for the society. I'm optimistic about the prospects of mobilizing that support, and I'm optimistic also about the understanding in Haiti itself that political renewal is essential to make progress in Haiti, so that we don't need to continuously repeat what has happened over the past 25 years. So Haiti was certainly a cross-cutting issue here during the General Assembly.
Thank you. And one question from Eric Martin, Bloomberg, for you, Secretary General. What is your reaction to the elections today that took place for the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights?
Normally, you would hear silence from me, because it's a matter for member states. The Secretary General has nothing to do with electoral processes. It is for member states. So if I would be silent, then there will be no explanation, so I'll speak. It is important to see the commitment of member states to, as Minister said, also countries who have a skeptical outlook on multilateralism, to have their candidates elected. So all I can do here is wish them all the very best, and I hope that the capacities they bring to the table will be used to improve systems, to make human rights better in the Americas, and I congratulate them with their elections. It's not done as yet for the Inter-American human rights system. There is some follow-up to do in Washington, but the fact that we had to go through different ballots, different rounds of election, and still not have finished, indicates how much is at stake and how much countries are committed to make sure that there is a representation of their country in such a body. So that's my response. I think it has proven that the Inter-American system of human rights is alive and very functional, very relevant to member states.
Thank you. And if we have one more question in the back. Thank you.
Yes. My final question is to the Assistant Secretary, Nestor Mendes. Well, this press conference and this General Assembly is effectively your last act as Assistant Secretary General. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole list of congratulations that you would have received at the closing session, because my memory is good, but it's not that good. But regardless, with your successor expected to take over in the next 2 weeks, well, yes, 2 weeks, a week, 2 weeks. As you reflect back on your work over the last decade, what would you say is your greatest achievement within this organization? And what is your message to your successor, Ambassador Laura Hill, as she works with this OAS Secretary General to make the OAS itself have more of a presence in the Americas and particularly in the Caribbean region? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Today was a day full of emotions for me. It was indeed, it's not my final, my last day in office will be on July the 11th.
and my formal farewell from the organization will be on the 9th of July in a special session of the Permanent Council at headquarters. So I still have a couple more weeks to, I am reminding myself not to relax because the final days are usually the tougher ones when you have to hand over everything. There's a complicated offboarding process. But anyway, that's administrative. It's difficult for me to pinpoint a specific big accomplishment. I can tell you a lot of things we did, big things we did. One of them in particular, and we're still working on it, is introducing more technology, using state-of-the-art technology to make more efficient the processes within the OAS. Certainly, we're utilizing artificial intelligence to make more efficient the preparation of minutes of the political bodies, which is a costly undertaking that takes long. But if you apply technology that's available, then it makes things more efficient. And it's keeping up with the times. Organizations sometimes take long to change, but it's not impossible. And so that has started. It is well underway. I'm hopeful that by the time I leave on the 11th of July, we would have accomplished a lot in that direction. Certainly, the modernization and using artificial intelligence again to manage document flows and production of documents, all of that is there. We also try to focus on concrete things, giving more visibility to vulnerable populations. Under my term, certainly, my team, we instituted the Inter-American Week for People of African Descent and the Inter-American Week for Indigenous Peoples. These are issues that are cross-cutting to the organization, but did not have a single place, a single platform to be given visibility at a political level. They were too dispersed, and what we did is we worked with member states to make it part of the institutional calendar. Those two particular events in the institutional calendar are quite successful, and I'm hoping that they will continue to do so. In the middle of our term, of my term, the 10-year term, we had the COVID-19 pandemic. And it seems like it was a long time ago, but it was not. 3 years ago, we were just trying to get back to normal. And that shock to our lives, to the institution, to the world, was a challenge that we had to navigate. My office was responsible for managing the migration into the virtual world of the entire OAS political apparatus. We needed to ensure business continuity. That we needed to innovate systems, innovate procedures. Let me give you a very simple example. In the first days of the lockdown, we had to meet virtually to determine whether or not a virtual meeting of the Permanent Council was legal or not. Could we still make decisions as an institution if we were meeting and it had no validity? Those things, you don't think about it until you're faced with it. So that migration, that ensuring business continuity, that making sure that our organization, which was needed more than ever as a place of convergence, as a place to manage cooperation, to work with PAHO, to work with the IDB, to work with countries in putting them together and getting information to them about accessing, sourcing and accessing vaccines. All of those things were happening simultaneously while ensuring that our people were safe. So that was, I think it was quite an accomplishment that our organization was the first multilateral, certainly in Washington, D.C., that was able to meet in what was, for all intents and purposes, a normal session, interpretation in 4 languages, everybody sitting in their homes, the ambassadors learning to use, many of them learning to use computers, and making sure that the organization did not stop. We did that. So, but there are many other examples if we want to trace back. So it's tough for me to say this was the biggest thing, There were a lot of things along the way, of which I am proud. I'm glad we did it. That I'm glad we had the opportunity to do it. And I can tell you, I still have right now, for a few days, an excellent team working with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Mendez. And seeing there's no further questions, thank you to our officials. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for the hospitality. And this concludes the press conference. Thank you.